Hello everyone and welcome back to another artist commentary video. I haven't done one of these in like a year, probably around 2 years actually, which means I'm now so much older. In fact, I have wrinkles all across my body, my skin is sagging down, and I think I only have 30 seconds left to live. But anyway, in this video we're going to be artist commentarying Duck Guy. If you've never heard of Duck Guy, it's a comic series that I've been making for the past 2 years? I think it's been 2 years. On January 6th or something, it's gonna be like the next anniversary. But that doesn't matter because it's November right now. Anyway, I've been wanting to do another one of these artist commentary videos. Originally I was gonna do Sup next, but I feel like I want to do Duck Guy right now. So that's why I'm gonna do Duck Guy. Yeah. So I'm gonna do Duck Guy. I hope the audio's okay. Honestly, I think it should be. I'm not gonna worry about it. Duck Guy Origins. Now, sometimes I'll read these like aloud. Sometimes I won't. But the gist is I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna rate it at the end. I'm gonna point out stuff I wish I did differently during it. Or I'll just praise myself. It's mostly just me doing commentary, like it suggests. Anyway, first critique. This art sucks. Like, why does he look like that? Enrique looks like shit. I love this though, the anti-hair towel. But yeah, I remember I drew this before I actually drew the cover, and I still think the cover looks like shit. So that's great. Okay. Yeah, like literally Enrique just looks like crap throughout this entire thing.
Hello, I am Paul. I hate life, but luckily I have my favorite duck. With my duck, I will always be happy, or will I?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that so far.
Hey Enrique, do you think that sink water is the same water used for the toilets?
Blah blah blah. Breaking news. Yeah, I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but the gist is, you know, Paul is very clingy to his duck that doesn't even really... I don't know. The thing is, he has like some sort of sentience, but I don't know if this was originally a joke or not. I feel like it was just for the joke. But either way, Enrique is a thing with sentience. At least by some point in the comics. So yeah, this is the first time seeing these two guys. Mr. Serious and XX_gamer. You can see the romance brewing. Trust. Now, this is funny because like, lightning fuses stuff in Duck Guy. And it also just strikes this guy and nothing happens. It'd be funny if like... I don't know what I could do with this, but it'd be funny if he fused with something like super unimportant. But then again, no one would like understand why. No one would remember this specific frame of him getting zapped. Anyway, yeah, this is a Duck Guy Origins. He gets zapped. Now the thing is, I know like this is a funny thing that happens in the Duck Guy comics. The art is so bad that sometimes I feel like I have to like let you know what happened afterwards. Like, in case you didn't realize, they got hit by lightning. So yeah, the art is generally bad, but this is Duck Guy. You know, part man, part duck, but all epic. Radical. Yeah, this was the rating thing kind of came from like the Scott Pilgrim. Not even the comics, like the show. Because I like the show more than the comic. But they had those rating things and it was funny. I have duck feet now.
But also, I want bread. Hehe, I see bread. Loaf of bread.
He has a toaster. Makes sense.
Using my duck power, I will get this bread. That was quacklicious.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that was also a thing in Scott Pilgrim, but they just say a word and then there's a definition of the word at the bottom. It's like a dictionary. Or I don't know what the word is.
Was this bread gluten-free?
This is one thing I don't know why I really put in the comic. I don't really mind this part. But it's just like he kills people because he's angry. What an awesome characterization of this guy. You can tell with like Duck Guy and basically everything I've ever made that's public. I did not expect this to be something big. So it's basically a joke, and then it evolves from there. Then we have Golf Girl. She is so ugly. She is so fugly in this comic, dude. Like, look at this. She looks like her hair was just like doused in water. Disgusting. I'm glad I stopped like shading in her hair as much. It just looks bad here. I don't know why. It can look good sometimes, but it just looks bad. And what the fuck is this? Like, she has like these anime-esque sort of eyes, and then she randomly has dots here. And it's not even like in a funny way. It's just like it looks ugly. So yeah. It's funny I made them like friends, because like their first interaction was just Golf Girl being like, please don't fucking kill me with bombs. And then like that guy steals Skittles from the 7-Eleven. Like, what is this? Yeah, I was drinking water. Anyway, overall notes for Duck Guy Volume 1. The rating will be from 1 to 10, 1 being horrendous. I would never read this again if I had the choice to never read it again. 5 being okay, but it has a lot of flaws, like a lot. And then 10 being, you know, my magnum opus. This would be like a 5. No, this would be like a 4. I don't even think. Maybe like a 4 or a 3. It's not the worst thing in the world. In fact, I don't even hate it. I just feel very neutral about it. It sets up who Duck Guy is. It doesn't set up Paul and Enrique at all, really. They just kind of exist. Golf Girl makes her debut here. We know nothing about her. That's going to be a very common trend throughout all the volumes. With Golf Girl, at least. The art is pretty bad. It's somewhat funny, this comic. It doesn't make much sense, but it's an okay start. If I were to do this again, I would just make it better, you know? Like, I don't mind this whole section with Paul and Enrique, that's fine. I don't mind having XX_gamer and Mr. Serious. I would just, you know, make the whole thing better. Like, it'd also be more than 4 pages, lol. So now Volume 2. The exciting Volume 2. This is when I started giving a shit. While Duck Guy took like a day maybe to make. Like, I think I literally made it at the beginning of the school day. And then like it was done by like 6 period probably. This one took, I think, 2 days. Definitely less than a week. But it's a lot more fun. That's Bread Boss. The cover is okay. Bread Boss looks stupid here. But yeah,
The perfect world I have created! Bask in the greatness of breading!
but it's cut off by the fucking cropping. So yeah, I don't know why he's arguing with Phone Guy. I guess we'll never know who that Phone Guy is. That isn't to say I don't know who it is, but you'll never know. Oh well. Regardless. Oh, he's angry. The customer is wheat.
Breading.
But yeah, I really like this panel. It's not even like well done from an art standpoint, it's just fun to look at for me. Like, why are the houses like this? As in, like, completely off center? I don't know. It's a fun panel to look at though, I'll be honest. Center of Bread HQ. Yeah, I remember I was reading this with someone and they were confused. I thought the bread boss was also this random little piece of bread. No, this is just a bread citizen, I guess. It's funny how little the bread people are, you know, expanded upon, given that you would presume that bread boss is a bread people, and yet these guys are being treated so badly. It's like, oh well, yes, I guess we won't expand upon that. Enter Breadtron. I remember when I was making, you know, actually I can just probably play the song actually. I remember when I was when I was making the comic, I was specifically listening to
He's the main show of DB Kitchen.
I fucking forgot the name. Yeah, I'll play it for this part because it's pretty fire. This is what I was listening for. Honestly, the majority of this volume, I was just listening to the song.
Enter Breadtron. I will defend the weak.
Don't worry, I'm actually quite strong.
Then I shall face you.
Uh-oh.
Zoom. Prepare for my deadly slice. Baguettes. He ate the bread.
Yum. Wait, this one's also gluten-free!
All our bread is genius.
You're despicable. Action. Bring it on!
Breadtrons versus Duck Guy.
Yeah, they just all
They all jump at him and he eats him with the duck teeth because his teeth were that strong, I guess.
he spits them out.
Purr, purr, purr. Surrounded.
Looks like
you're toast. Wait a minute. A villain like him deserves it.
He is not a fucking villain. Actually, you know, that's another thing about this volume. I just kind of forgot. Not really forgot, but it kind of goes over my head sometimes. If you think about it, that guy is just pulling up to this bread company and terrorizing them. Like, just because he doesn't like gluten-free bread, he decides to just start destroying everything. Which again is amazing characterization for our main character. Just having him be like a genuine asshole and doing things for like no reason. Well, not no reason, but like a really bad reason. And then like the funniest part is that it just turns out that the company is evil. So that's pretty convenient for him. He's like,
We need to make bread, no?
you make your own kind into food?
It's a bread world, I'm afraid. Except I don't eat the bread.
at least he has standards, you know, he doesn't eat his own people.
As for me,
My favorite line, blasphemy, is just cut off by the page here. I think another critique for Duck Eye in general is the fact that it's on Google Drive. Like, I didn't bother to actually put it somewhere. Also, I guess the fact that it looks like shit most of the time.
Let me out! I want to kill you!
Wait, are you seriously challenging me?
Breaks the bar. And then he fucking immediately escapes. You know, I do love that joke. Basically, that little gag. Cause like, that is so... Like, Duck Guy, he likes fighting, I imagine. But he also likes being a piece of crap, so he's just gonna run away. And like, destroy crap.
breadwinner.
Ooh, I want to blow it up.
Mega Boss Bread.
I still don't know why I gave this... Actually, I do know why. I was like, should I put Mega Boss Bread on the tier list? And then someone was like, yeah. I was like, okay. Mega Boss Bread is not important, though.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Why not?
Alright, I might be quacked.
Oh, we gotta see what quack means. Basically, when a duck is trying to say a profanity. That is literally, to this day, that is how quack is used in this comic.
More action.
I do like this part. If you can imagine what it looked like if the perspective is better in like an actual show. He like lands on the hand, he runs up the arm and smacks him with a kick. And he goes into the sky like Team Rocket. He's totally not gonna show up a few panels later like nothing happened. This part's also funny. Like, see, like early Duck Eye, it was mostly just gags. Like, we didn't need serious fights. It's just like, he attacks the fucking breadwinner and kills himself, basically.
Another day, another slay. Oh!
Newsflash, Duck! This is my world! As in, company.
Let's just say it went badly. Yeah, he's losing.
I love Bread Boss for the fact that he genuinely would have just won against Duck Guy if Duck Guy didn't pull out some stupid strategy to win.
I am determination.
The 7 Chaos Emeralds. Foreshadowing. What actually happened?
He just gets bodied. Another Scott Pilgrim reference, skateboard.
I bet you can't do a wheelie.
Are you challenging me?
Yeah.
Oh. I did it. Uh-oh.
Lol. Duckeye had won, but at what cost? He never got the refund, and his face hurts. Some got good endings, but for Duckeye, his story is only beginning.
Oh, yeah!
I hope you like my live reading.
Follow Duckeye on comic on Instagram. Next volume to be revealed when I think of it.
Oh yeah, there's not even like a teaser at the end, wow. So how would I rate Duck Eye in the dastardly bodacious breading? This would be a 6, I think. It's more than okay. I think it's actually a good comic. It has flaws, but they don't really matter because none of this is taken seriously. It's kind of like the real... This and Volume 1 should have been combined to be the first Duck Eye comic. In fact, if I were to make Duck Eye like a series, the pilot would just be Volume 1 and Volume 2 combined. And then it'd probably have some type of hint towards like the characters that would join the show later on. But anyway, yeah, like this is a good first start to Duck Eye. This is honestly it's Volume 2, but it's really the first one. And like it's stupid and it's stupid, but that's kind of like Duck Eye, you know? You're not supposed to take it too seriously, especially at the, like, you know, beginning. So, yeah, overall it's a 6. I'm not going to give it a score higher than that, just because it's like, it's still lacking in a lot of ways, but it's funny, and I like it, you know? Okay, Volume 3 time.
Duck Eye Volume 3. The Slippery Shady Assassin. The Slippery Shady Shadowy Assassins. Bank of Somewhere. Slurpee. Now this is a bad cover, just because it sucks.
It feels super empty. Anyway.
2 weeks after Volume 2. Duck Eye and Green Gecko.
Infinity plus $1. The thing is, I like the wanted things because it technically sets up some stuff, but it's never really questioned or explained who put the wanted stuff up. So it's like hard to connect it to like any actual villain or okay, I need to stop fucking playing the song. Anyway, like I was saying, the wanted poster works as setting stuff up, but it also doesn't work at all because it doesn't explain who put it. So you don't really connect it with like, oh, I wonder who put this wanted poster up. I feel like no one will even question it because no one gives a shit.
What about the other building?
You've got a point, chum. See? Let's see what that duck wants. Let's show that duck what's what.
So yeah, this is where we really see Golfgirl and Duckeye actually talking to each other. I don't know. It's never really explained why Golfgirl gives a shit about this guy, but honestly, if you want a reason, it's because Duckeye just kept showing up, and she had to just get used to it.
Wake in fear, Duckeye. No.
See, this is one of the problems I have with this. It's still funny, but it's like doesn't really make any sense.
Hey, don't fight in here. I'll have to clean up. Sorry.
And then 2 seconds later, they're fighting in here anyway. Oops. Classic Google Drive. I love this panel.
Hold on, did I ask?
But then what? Look, see, Golfgirl was so fugly in these older comics. Like, why does she look like that, bro? And like, is that supposed to be a boob? What the fuck is that?
We have your friend, Duckling.
And if you want her back, well, you'll have to let us kill you. Nah, I won't have to because...
I can't think of anything.
Duck focus style.
Yeah, that was a thing I did for like 2 seconds. Have him be like,
This is a duck focus style.
now he just says quack speed or quack or whatever move he uses.
Snatch, snatch. Milady.
Tosses her on the ground. I love that joke.
You're right, Herman. We can do this without her because we...
Oh yeah. There was also a specific song playing in my head for this part. You can probably just imagine this is what these guys are based off of, really. These two characters. This is Popple. And then there was like Bowser, who was brainwashed for a bit. Either way.
might have to cause a bit of damage. Technique.
I wonder what the technique was.
Even so, you're only one guy. Well,
If you get it, you get it.
don't worry. It's understandable you'd lose. We've beat all types of bozos.
Like what? I genuinely had nothing in mind when I wrote that dialogue, I imagine.
Obviously, I'm implying you'll be one of them.
Jump.
This is the first time we get one of Duckeye's staple features. Random flashback.
How does a crowbot, what the fuck, a crowbot? How does a crab get robot arms anyway?
We're not gonna tell you.
But the comic will. I love this frame. Like, why does he do that face?
They steal from Bread HQ. Wow.
Why is it randomly called Bread HQ here? Every other time it's Bread Inc. And honestly, I like the sound of Bread HQ more. That's probably why I did that. But it is Bread Inc. It's a cool panel, I guess.
Alright, you two are a duo.
Immediately kills the other guy.
Family Guy death pose. Ah yes, I love this part where Golf Girl commits murder by accident.
Green Gecko!
For anyone who doesn't know, Green Gecko is like literally based on like a random ass video I saw on Instagram Reels this one time. Can't you the Green Gecko? Hold on. Everyone has to see this.
Yo, my man, you the Green Gecko, right? You know what block you on?
I don't know
Yo,
why
my
I
man,
found
you the
this
Green
so
Gecko,
fucking
right?
funny. This guy's just tormenting some kid in a Green Gecko costume. I also didn't know Green Gecko was a character in PJ Masks. So now I feel a little embarrassed. Like, this whole time, I didn't know that kid was dressed up as a real character. I just thought he was dressed up like a gecko. So now this is basically like copyright infringement. But this Green Gecko is cooler than whatever PJ Masks had going on. Anyway, yeah, Golf Girl technically caused this. It's funny because it's gonna be blamed on that guy, like every other time after this. I don't even think it's like an oversight though. Like, it's not really something... I'm pretty sure I knew that every time I wrote it. I just wanted to blame Duck Guy anyway.
Uh-oh. Kinda rude that you're so ugly.
Think Mark thing.
You're far too weak. You've linked.
See, he uses far too like twice in like the span of 2 seconds.
You're far too weak. You've lived for.
Oh shit, I burped. Whatever.
Oh yes, Triangelo has a typing quirk for like 5 seconds. He types in sharp angles like triangles of chip. Only to immediately stop this. Because it's like annoying to write, honestly.
My bleeping arm.
Step away from the duck.
Who does this triangle?
Who does this triangle think he is?
I am Triangle.
Oh. Genius.
My good buddy Andrew came up with this name. Because it's clever and funny. There's a lot I could say about Triangelo. I'm gonna wait though. Oh yeah, he's obviously based on Starlo.
Did you just drop an F-bomb?
Sure did. A rogue
I don't
wingreen
curse in my videos. Oh yeah, I love this gag. It was originally going to be the entire page, just him beating up the rabbit. Like, it was going to be the entire page. But then, like, I got really tired of drawing Triangelo just beating up the rabbit. So then I did it.
What a great start.
He's a three-sided duck, but that was only 2 shots. I can't let him get away this.
Wow, Triangelo's so tough.
This is one of the things I didn't really understand. I kind of just made I kind of made that guy really inquisitive here.
So, why'd you shoot those guys?
If you're a bounty hunter, I'd be your priority, no? Not that I'm complaining.
There's nothing I hate more than those who steal kills.
Well, cowboy, if you're looking for a duel,
I'm not no cowboy, yet I couldn't care less if this is fair. What's fair ever done for any pony?
Blah, blah, blah.
that's mean, though. I don't deserve to be killed. What'd I ever do to deserve a bounty?
Mess with the wrong people.
So you're gonna kill me because some people told you to? You're a big loser. So don't go acting like you have some sad backstory. You did this to yourself. And here I thought you were a cool cowboy.
Like, Genuinely, with all the characterization Duck Eye had so far, could you ever imagine him just randomly being this, like, I don't know, like, I don't even know the word for it.
This smart.
I mean, to be fair though, it'd be boring if like Duck Eye only said like quips the entire time and didn't have actual thoughts. So I don't even like, this isn't even an actual complaint. It's just funny that, you know, like all of a sudden there's this much text, you know. But he would definitely say this, like,
I thought you were a cool cowboy. You're a big loser.
like, this is still in character. I just find it funny how sudden it is, really.
I'm starting to think.
Can it actually load?
I'm starting to think.
Quack!
Yeah, epic fighting.
So I'm different.
All you care about is money. Lame.
There's nothing left in this world to care about.
You're still Brad.
Duck like you wouldn't understand. Love, loss, regret. You could never grasp it.
Why not?
Because
Well, actually, you might be right, but it's...
I love that part. He just admits, like, yeah, I really don't care about that stuff.
But so what? You have some sad story. You should be able to talk about it.
Duck Eye would not give a shit. Okay. Like, I know he literally just did. But I don't know. Early Duck Eye shows no sign of really caring about others. But maybe this is, you know, his humanity finally coming out. At least that's what I'm gonna say it is. I gotta think about it. Yeah, like, the funny thing is, like, I'm critiquing a lot of this, but it's not out of character. Maybe it's, like, out of character of what we've seen so far. But it still makes sense. Like, there can be more layers to someone than what they show, really. I guess I'm kind of like that in a way. Like, you would expect me to be silly all the time, and then I can randomly say stuff that isn't silly. And it doesn't mean it's out of character, it's just, like, something that they don't show that often. So I imagine Duck Eye's like the same way. You know, he's part human and he's part duck. So a lot of him is just gonna be like selfish and, you know, not really care. Because like, ducks don't really give a shit about other people's feelings. But then there's again the human part of him, which would say some dumb stuff like this. Although I doubt he'd probably care that much about the backstory of someone who's trying to kill him. I think that's the main critique of this line. But I mean, I guess he can see that Triangelo is clearly tweaking, you know? Is like my Wi-Fi gone or something? What's going on?
what's going on? I'm scared. Ah, okay.
What panel is that? Nothing.
Look, volume 10. Sorry, panel 10. What? No. It's the wrong one. Talk? What a joke.
You wonder why you're so unhappy.
Give me square.
Andrew also came up with that one.
Three-sided death.
Time for some quack fetch.
Nope.
There we go. Quick draw.
Pew pew pew!
Oh,
long will you persist?
Punches them.
I'm tired of your ranged attacks.
Even the sun has to rest. Top 10 toughest moves of all time. He does the spirit bomb. Fast enough to run from it, but
Who knows how big the radius is? The 7-Eleven, it'll be completely wiped. The only way I can stop it is to charge head on. But if I do, I'll never be able to have a Slurpee again.
he'll die in parentheses.
I don't like this scene. I'm just gonna tell you, I straight up don't like this scene. Sorry, I have to make sure the audio is right. Anyway, I don't like the scene because it makes Goth Girl too emotional. Like, she doesn't care about Duck Guy that much. Like, obviously she doesn't want him to die. But, like, her screaming like that, like,
Oh, don't sacrifice yourself! Don't do it! Ah, please!
I don't know, I just don't like it. But anyway, there's a detail here that isn't conveyed very well. But Triangelo, after hearing Goth Girl's screams, he's reminded of Square and he's like, oh no, what am I doing wrong? And then, you know, Duck Guy's like, ah! Triangelo's like,
Never mind, bro. I'm being really uncool right now. There we go. You're not exactly a duck, guy. But even so, you're on the right side of things. That's more than what could be said for most.
that is one of the things I like about Duck Guy. You can call it laziness, you can call it bad writing or something, but Duck Guy always ends up on the right side of whatever conflict he's on. He did barge into the bread company, but then he ended up, you know, stopping them because they were corrupt and shit. He did randomly fight Triangelo. It was mostly self-defense, but he chose mercy. You know, he chose trying to talk to the guy. So he's still on the right side of things. And that'll be, like, more important later. Probably. But it's funny how Duck Guy, he's really dumb, but he ends up still doing the right thing most of the time. Most of the time, by the way. But, yeah.
Square I mentioned.
I'm not gonna kill you, bruh. Duck hug.
What the hell?
Oh crap! The 7-Eleven is gone!
Thank God. Note, she's atheist.
This is top 10 jokes of the series.
Ah yes, Goth Girl's friend. Who is her friend? I guess we'll never know. That's what I want you to say.
Yes. I guess enemies can be lovers.
I love this sequence.
I love humanizing my characters by making them laugh at stupid shit. You called?
Look! Balls!
Balls!
Now, why the fuck does Triangelo find this that funny? Because I love balls. Oh yeah, I have to rate the comic. I'm gonna also give this one a 7. You would assume that it's better than Volume 2. And I think in a lot of ways it is. But, I don't know. Also, these two villains are so nothing burger that they don't really matter to anything. They're just here to be something Duck Guy fights. There's not even like a real reason they show up other than he's wanted, so they fight him. It would be better if these guys alluded to like who put these wanted posters up for Duck Guy, or something that moves the story along, but it's kind of just like we're fighting these guys and we don't know why. And we're fighting these guys just for Triangelo to show up who's actually important. And that's another thing I forgot to mention. Triangelo. Triangelo being a bounty hunter is not done. There's not enough done with that, I'll be honest. Like, this dude genuinely killed people. Like, he probably killed a lot of people, actually. That's what bounty hunters do. And not everyone who gets a bounty on them are actually bad people. Like, Green Gecko and Duck Guy both had wanted posters. So, realistically, Triangelo could have been killing some normal, pretty good people. Now, I imagine, and this is like the plan, he mostly would go after like actual villains and stuff. That's what I think would make more sense for Triangelo's character. But in this comic, he's like just willing to kill Duck Guy. So, you know, that does bring up some moral dilemmas with Triangelo, which I feel like is not done enough with yet. That doesn't mean it won't be done ever, but it's kind of funny that it's being overlooked, really. We just accept him onto the team, and yeah, but there's a very good argument to be made against Triangelo if you really wanted to. But luckily no one has done that. Anyway, so yeah, back to my ranking. I would give this a 6. It's not the worst comic in the world, and I don't know if I like it more than 2. Maybe just because 2 really defines what Duck Guy is to me. Duck Guy is very silly. It has not always some serious fights. I think the fight here, at least with Slippery Hair and Heinous Hermit, dragged on more than it needed to. It was kind of just like the same thing, like, oh, we're fighting. I mean, it did change environment at the one part where they went outside the 7-Eleven. But overall, it was nothing noteworthy. Triangelo appeared here, which is good. Duck Guy started being more logical and, you know, empathetic, which is good for him to start going more in that direction. It did feel sudden, at least to me, when I'm reading that. But overall, yeah, 6. It's pretty good. And fucking volume 4, here we go.
I am more than fucking disbelief to find this.
No, I'm already gonna tell you. This entire volume is based on a Gilded Guy video. Or at least that was the inspiration for why I wanted to make this. If you haven't seen this video, you should watch the entire Gilded Guy series. It's really good. And if you don't watch it, I'm gonna do bad things and kill your family. And look, that guy's... his beak isn't even orange here. Chris, you suck at making comics.
Oh yeah, Underground Jazz Club. Being myself can be hard, but I always know it's true. Always dealt the wrong cards, but I always make it too. And the world wants to control you, and there's no one to console you. What more is there to do? I just keep on pushing through.
Wow, that shit was ass.
Toby Fox. Peak.
What about you?
Oh yeah, random background characters.
Kinda mid, for a literal music note. With that natural talent, where'd it go? I don't like you.
Oh yeah. I have nothing to really comment on. Oh yeah, verse 2.
All my doubts and all my fear.
Okay, you know, I need to stop doing that voice. It sounds awful.
All my doubts and all my fears, watch them all just disappear. On the stage here upon tonight, I just know I'll be alright. I'll be alright. Quack! Don't worry, lady, I've got your quack. I like to scratch my back. I step on a crack to break my mom's back. Feelings, 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 emotions, emotions. Word back 3 times.
Don't get the freak off the stage. I'm trying to kiss my GF to good music. To good music. Top 10 awesomest lines. Who knew making songs is hard?
I'm gonna get into the whole melody shit later. I also don't like how... I don't really know why I drew her like this originally. But like... Oh my god, no. Holy shit. She looks like... She looks like freaking P-Man. My god, she looks like P-Man. Where's my other channel, bro?
She looks like freaking P-Man. Get the freak out of here. Why is it 2 ads? I'm just trying to do this for a bit. It was actually really cool. Oh my god. What's up, P-Man?
Also, I'm literally wrong. This does not look like P-Man. This is like more sharp. I mean, I guess it's a general resemblance. Anyway.
This is random. Why does Duck Guy want her to join the team? He has no reason to assume she has any powers of any sort. Also, the implication here is that Duck Guy knows nothing about society. Like, does he not know that the music notes are not usually supposed to sing? I guess he doesn't. Oh yeah. If the last volume had the problem with just the villains being there for a mandatory fight, this one also has that problem. Mr. Egg and Mrs. Clay really mean nothing at this point, except helping pan out the runtime, and Ray is also a villain now. LOL. Mrs. Clay. Do you know them? Hell no! Hell no! Melody. That's her name?
There's also this funny thing that keeps happening in the Duck Guy comics where they just do not introduce each other. They just start talking, and then they randomly find out each other's names at some point. Which honestly, I don't even mind that. It's really funny.
What the quack are you 3? Sinister 6 rejects? We're the bombastic trio! Oh, that name sucks.
Yeah, fighting, blah blah blah. I really like this guy.
Now, Melody, which box is your friend in? The blue one. What? How did you know? They're colored? My freaking glob, these guys suck. Why, hello there, cutie. Kill yourself now. We're gonna have to work together, Mr. Egg.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a joke about how I should have named the volume Duck Guy featuring Melody. You know, if I were to remake this volume, I would name it that. Just because it would make more sense.
And it's like a music reference. Duck speed, cool.
Also, Triangela's here. Dude, I did not plan on having him in this comic. I was just like...
Well, how are they gonna beat Mrs. Clay? The ominous Triangela shaped a lump in my throat. Quick draw, that's rather peculiar.
Yeah, this is a gag for some reason. She asks his name. He says quick draw. And then when she reappears in Volume 9, she still thinks his name is Quick Draw. Although it's funny because Duck Guy says his actual name like right after that.
Triangelo!
Who? You're made to believe that that was the real Mrs. Clay. But no, she was outside the building.
You know, that's not an actual critique. Because if I had the power to clone myself, I would not... Like, I would always just have a backup in some random location. So that I don't permanently die. Also, this beam is not supposed to be yellow. It makes it look like Duck Guy... Sorry. It makes it look like Triangelo beamed himself or something. But no. It was Ray.
I mean stereo.
What's your problem, man? You know that too well, backstabber.
Spider-Man, why do you backstab that guy?
I didn't.
Wait, Ray? Ray would become evil? No, there's no universe where Ray becomes evil. They fight. Top 10 artist commentary. Am I right, guys? Melody's a competent fighter, but I'm still worried. She doesn't have many special moves.
Well, yeah, she's just starting. We don't have to leave her alone in this fight. Think of it like a collab. Haha. Melody. Woo!
Melody has this random cocky-ass line, which is honestly really mean to say to someone who you abandoned.
There's healthier coping mechanisms, you know.
Becoming evil may be the worst one.
You literally left me alone. You literally left with a letter. We were friends. You actually abandoned me for no reason.
Whoops. Looks like you got too attached.
Like, it's like, why are you saying that random ass quip to someone who you care about?
Sound waves. I like this panel because it's cool and colorful.
It's not over yet, Melody. Get ready, Duck Toss.
I've lost everything once again. We were a duo. We had so much fun. You freaking left with only an apology. Nobody gave a crap about me. I became evil.
Top 10 backstories of all time. I'm glad this was done better.
If you haven't read Series 2 of Duck Guy, go read that.
Yeah, alright. Here's where my rant is gonna start. I don't think this is particularly stupid. Now, the thing is, I can imagine, okay, imagine in real life, there was just a group of people who were born and could completely master a certain skill. Now, you already know how the real world is. They're gonna be, very prejudiced against this group of people who can just master something immediately. Because, everyone's gonna be jealous. They're gonna be like, well, it's not fair. You were born and you literally know how to do this immediately. You shouldn't be allowed to do it because you're cheating, right? We worked hard to do this and you just know how to do it immediately. So I think that part, at least to me, it makes sense. If there was some type of species that could just do that immediately, I feel like people would be pretty pissed off. Now, the stupid thing about this, though, is that this is not very... It's this is established it's a fact, and yet it's never acknowledged before this, and really after this either. The thing is, realistically, Duck Guy should be knowing this, right? He should be like,
wow, that's a music note on the stage. Isn't that kind of weird?
I don't think he'd be prejudiced against Melody, but he'd be at least he would find it peculiar and he could have brought it up when he first went up to her. And not doing that, like not having that be a thing, either implies that he's just stupid and knows nothing about the society he lives in, and it also makes this make a little bit less sense when it's brought up later. But anyway, it's never brought up again afterwards, really. There's no characters that treat Melody any different because she's a music note. And there's no characters that be like,
oh, you really shouldn't be using music, you know? Like, that's not really, like, normal, you know?
it's like, apparently it's taboo, right? We're being told that. But we're not being shown that in any volume other than this one. And that's a big regret I have. Because it completely made volume 13 not work that well. Because it's something I wish I did more with, but I didn't. And honestly, I can understand why I didn't want to do anything with it. It's not very fun to write racism into your comic, you know? Or like, whatever speciesism or whatever it would be. But also, if I'm gonna have it in the comic, I need to actually do something with it, you know? So I guess that's my gripe. Anyway, like, I think it's fine to have a character make a mistake. And it's fine to have Melody be the type of person who is too scared to drop something like that on Ray. But we needed more reason in this comic, at least. We needed more to set that up. Because right now it just makes her look like a fraud, you know? Like,
You're my friend, so I'm gonna leave with a note and never talk to you again.
and I feel like even though I did establish more reason why, it's like, it's still a little hard to believe, I can imagine. I don't know, I'm not part of the audience, so I don't know if that was something that's easily believable or people were like,
No, I still think that makes no freaking sense.
but either way, yeah.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Ray.
And you know, Ray is honestly, I wouldn't say Ray is the sane one, because he became evil on a whim, but his reaction is pretty fair. He was like,
Oh damn, I didn't know you just like, I didn't know that, like, lol. I wish you just told me, like, why didn't you just tell me? Like, it's not that hard to tell me.
okay, also, technically, the same problem with Duck Eye happened, where, like, Duck Eye was just completely unaware of this supposedly really common to know social stigma. Ray doesn't know it. Ray had no idea about it either. I did try to explain it later on, but it's more like just like fixing a mistake. So yeah, it kind of sucks, you know? I like Melody as a character, but this volume she comes from has a lot of problems in it.
I can't do it on my own. Might take a while to get an audience, though.
That guy just straight up does not give a shit. Yeah. Here's another scene I don't like. Goth Girl comes home.
Wait, so you're saying Melody gets a chance to speak with Goth Girl? Oh, this is so cool. I wonder what kind of things we'll talk about. Let's talk about this boy who's kind of cute. Genius. Genius writing.
Now the thing is, I think it makes sense. I mean, it literally just happened, right? This is Melody's friend. Of course she would want to talk about him. But what the fuck is this line?
I think he's single. Want me to give you his number? W writing. W writing.
Like, why? Did I have to write this? Why couldn't they have just talked about, like, how the experience affected Melody or something? Granted, I don't think Golf Girl would ever do that, though. Like, that's the thing. These guys are the only two girls on the Duck Gang, but they don't have any reason to talk to each other. And that is very intentional, by the way. They're not supposed to really get along all that well. And there's gonna be something done with that, because I think it's cool. Like, I don't think everyone in a friend group has to get along with each other super well. But there's room for growth in that. But anyway, my point is, Golf Girl is like... Golf Girl and Melody, their first interaction, talking about some dude. Extremely loud buzzer sound. This is bad. I wish I didn't do this. They could have talked about literally anything else that happened this day. Instead of just being like, oh, he's kind of cute. Do you want his number? Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what is the implication here? Is it like Melody told her that, hey, my best friend became evil. It was kind of a traumatic experience. I didn't know he would become evil because I left him. I feel some kind of guilt. Golf Girl's like, oh yeah, he's kind of cute. And then Melody's like, yeah, he's single. Alright, here's a number. Like, what is that interaction? It just does not make any freaking sense. And it's really just wasted potential. Like, I don't want these two to get along that well. That's the reason why they don't have many interactions. But even still, what the hell is this scene? Like, it's basically just using a gag, like...
Oh wow, she thinks he's cute, but she doesn't want his number, and now he gets really sad. And like, wow, you really added both. You added a lot to these two characters by having this scene. Except no, you didn't. This sucks. I don't like that part. I really don't. I don't mind, like, again, I don't mind that these two don't talk much, but this is like their only interaction, and it falls extremely flat. And Triangle was trying to kill himself, that's funny. Quack, 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 quack. I saw you get fried. A magician has a secret.
Yeah, Mr. Egg's awesome. He just revives all the time.
And then here's the mysterious voice. I wonder who this is. I wonder if it'll be someone who appears at the end of Volume 9 as a plot twist or anything. I wonder if there was any reason to correlate this mysterious voice with that evil with the evil person from the end of Volume 9, but I don't know. My writing is so good.
Anyway, if I had to give this a rating, ironically, it would be 4. So Volume 4 gets a 4. Now the thing is, I think it's a pretty okay volume. It just has so many flaws that when I think about this volume, I think more about the flaws than I do anything good that this did, really. And it was sad that this is Melody's debut. It's sad I don't know. I wish I set up what she's like more in this, you know? We have her backstory, but we don't know what she really does. We know, like, she's kind of humble, she's a singer, but I feel like we needed to establish more about Melody. That's one of my biggest regrets. I think Melody is a really good character. I like her. I think she's interesting. Her upbringing, the future potential she has, all her abilities. But I feel like because of the way I set her up, not really... Ironically, it's not even focusing on her that much in this volume, I think. It just makes it so that, like, people don't... She doesn't seem interesting enough, I guess. Like, her personality, how she interacts with people. Like, I don't think she's a boring character. I think she's cool. But I feel like this volume kind of failed to show her off enough. And it's sad. Hey guys, and we're back with more reading Duck Eye or something. The reason I'm saying hey guys like this is because it's been a week for me since I recorded the last part, but for you, you're gonna get everything. Now, I had a little bit of time to reflect. I'm probably being a little too harsh on this silly comic. I know with Volume 4 I definitely kind of was. But who knows, maybe I wasn't. I don't know what you guys think. Overall, I'm gonna start looking at it more like what I was thinking while writing it compared to what I would do differently now, since that feels more, you know, like it just makes more sense to do that. But, yeah. So we got Duck Eye and the Love of His Life, Volume 5. Now, fun fact, Goose Gal was pretty much an idea from Andrew, and I put it in. It was like a joke. It's honestly a very simple joke. I mean, this joke has been done like a lot of times, like, oh, Duck Eye, what if there's Duck Eye but a girl? Or like, Goose Gal. Actually, I think the original idea was, like, he also came up with the, Duck Eye having like a party, basically. So like an Avengers, you know, he has friends and stuff. I think it was always something I wanted, but then he also suggested it, I don't know. Anyway, Goose Gal was originally just gonna be someone on the team, but then I'm like, what if it's just Duck Eye but a girl, because it's funny. Yeah, he's walking after getting groceries, which you can tell because his bag. Then the kid from Yokai Watch shows up. And there we go, Goose Girl. Yeah, I kept calling her Goose Girl. I call her Goose Gal now because that's just better.
Goose Girl. Goose Girl!
That's all it took for him to be like, we're soulmates, you know? This is one of the best lines in all history.
No, I'm not gay anymore.
I met a girl.
Dude, she looks like she could be your sister.
You know, if I were to remake this, I'd probably have less of these types of jokes. It's supposed to kind of point out how similar they are and how weird it is. So it's not like it's, you know, it's painting this in a bad light, which is good. Which is good that it does that. Because I don't want anyone thinking that I'm a weirdo. Then again, there's just a lot of these jokes, and there could be a few less. The main point is just to point out that Goose Gal is, like, way too similar, and it's really weird. We should probably wonder what the hell she is. And of course, you know, the way you can get into Duck Eye's heart is by telling him how you beat up civilians for no fucking reason. Because, you know, he's an amazing hero. Also, I'm gonna assume everyone who's watching this video has seen volumes 1 through 10. So if you haven't seen volumes 1 through 10, just go read it on your own, because it'd be better. And just come back right afterwards. Anyway. So yeah, one of my favorite details is how she's trying to like act like she basically had the exact same origin story as Duck Eye. Except she doesn't, because she didn't realize that, you know, Duck Eye isn't even mixed with a real duck. He's mixed with a freaking rubber duck. So she's like, oh, I had a pet goose. And then Duck Eye's like, hey, that's kind of different, but you know, well, how cool. So honestly, I imagine if someone other than Duck Eye, because we already know what he looks like when he merges, but if someone other than Duck Eye were to merge with a pet or an animal, I imagine it wouldn't look like a rubber duck, you know, like how Goose Gal does. So that kind of, you know, at least I put some thought into that. That was kind of cool. Goth Girl looks a little bit off here, but, you know. See, I love seeing her just be like really tired of Duck Guy and stuff. I like leaning into her like meaner side. Honestly, this does a pretty good interpretation of Goose Gal. Like, I know I kind of deviated from it later on, but I think I maybe should have kept her still trying to act somewhat polite. Because later on, I just kind of fully dropped it, and we just accepted that she's kind of really mean, but in a good way. And while I don't mind that, maybe it'd be cool if she still kind of tried, you know? Because later on, she just becomes straight up mean. So it makes moments like this, it doesn't hit as hard because she's not like pretending to be nice. She's just like straight up mean. But then again, I don't know. I treated her very differently later on. So it's not, there's not the same goal in mind. But either way, stop yapping, Chris. Star Museum. Look at these pretty lights or whatever.
The roof is so beautiful. Almost as beautiful as you. Nah, it's definitely beautifuler. Okay.
Geometrium. Hell yeah. The Shaped Planet. Box Kingdom. Star Isolated Planet. You know, I can't wait to see the Star Isolated Planet in real life. Why has no one thought, instead of building stuff on the ground, build it in the air, guys? That's amazing. And finally, the Dream Star. There's a lot. The Dream Star, man, that's a big one.
I'm eating cereal, by the way.
Now, here's the thing about the Dream Star. I think originally it was slightly different than what it ended up being. Now, originally it was gonna be more like a wishing star, you know, where once you get it, you can realize your imagination by, you know, yada yada whatever. Now, that's not what it really ended up being, and my explanation for that, I don't know if it's just an excuse. I guess you can call it whatever you want, but it's what the story will go with now. No one really knew what the Dream Star was capable of doing because no one was really able to use it. So it kind of had like its own, you know, folklore about it that wasn't really accurate. Like how people thought they could wish from it. But, you know, we eventually realized that you can't even really use the powers unless you're connected to dreams or nightmares in some type of way. Like really strongly, at least. So basically, no one can use it unless you're like, oh my god, whatever. So yeah, they're going home now. Boat rentals. I love this.
It's so serene. Yeah, I always love the night.
LOL. Goose Gal loves night. I wonder why.
There's something about you that I love. The parts that remind me of myself.
And then Goose Gal's like, what the freak? And you know, she has to say yes to keep herself on the team. Quack blocked. See, this line doesn't get understood sometimes.
Is it okay if I call you my girlfriend? If you can.
It's basically just saying if he can actually muster up the courage to call her that. Which I don't think he really ever does throughout the comic, and at least not that much. See, I like this bit. It's still kind of like doing the related thing too much, but you know, getting a blood test is kind of a funny joke. And also, if she did take the blood test, that would just straight up reveal that she's evil. So, you know, maybe Triangelo and Melody were onto something. Anyway, this is literally the funniest. There's so many panels where Boxman is drawn badly, but this is probably my favorite. Cause like, why does he look like that? There's just something extremely off. And it's really amusing. Oh yeah, overall, Volume 5. I mean, it's really simple, but it does what it's trying to do really well. So, I guess a 7? 7.5? LOL. Yeah, I'd give it a 7.5. It doesn't, like, progress super well, and maybe it has too many jokes about, them being related as a joke, but I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty funny. It has some really good lines in there. Introduces one of the best characters. Not because of who she is now, but because who she is later. So yeah, Volume 6.
The packaging lights.
Man, Boxman is dope.
Pretty cool panel where Duck Eye is watching the TV. Yeah.
The return of Mr. Sirius and XX_gamer. You know, technically it's been a while since we last saw them, but because of how fast I was making these comics, it was probably just like a month and a half where we didn't see them in real time. It's so funny seeing Mr. Sirius's reaction, given that, like, to his knowledge, his reporter just died, and he's like,
Oh, did he die or something?
and it's like, bro, you get together with this guy later, and you barely give a shit right now. Actually, you know what? He never really makes emotions, so you could imagine that he's actually really fucking depressed right now. That's gonna be canon now.
What do you mean that's gonna be canon? You made the show, you made this comic, you didn't even know?
Well, obviously I didn't know at the time. It was kind of, you know, when I get to Volume 10 I'm gonna speak on this more, but let's move on.
This could be like an Duck Gang level threat.
I have personal biz going on. What?
Oh yeah, Volume 7, coming soon. As in, I'm gonna read it soon.
Take out that corporate greed, okay?
Time to embark on my quest.
No.
I like this panel, just, like, I don't know specifically why I colored it in. Maybe because I just really liked how it looked. Who knows?
yeah, good setup right here. He doesn't attack Duck Guy because he's not a box. It makes sense if you think about it. Can you get off my car now?
It's like someone doused her hair in water in that panel because it just suddenly got really droopy. Oh, wait. I don't know if this is where it comes from, but the very dull joke is one of my favorite running gags of Goth Girl. Now I have no idea what he was going to say. Maybe you just quack yeah.
Hey you, get lost. You want to hurt this town, I'll stop you. I don't want to do that.
Then he puts on like the head of a box person, which is extremely offensive. Like, that's basically gore. Like, imagine you walk up to someone and then you just put on someone else's head, and that would be scary as shit. I also think it's funny and pretty realistic that the second Duck Guy says he's a superhero, it's like, oh wait, what the fuck, why didn't you say that before?
Oh yeah, Duck Speed.
He uses a spin dash like Sonic. Boom. Yeah, if I were to remake this, maybe I would add some slight details. Well, if I were to remake Duck Guy in general, I'd probably add some slight details to set up AZ Corp more. And I don't mean anything big. I would mean that once in a while they get like packages from AZ Corp. Like when Triangela and Melody pulled out the 23andMe test or something, it could have literally just had an AZ Corp box next to it. What happened to the music? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I probably just would have had AZ Corp at least show up in the background. And I mean, I bet most people would still miss it, but to those who didn't, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's what that was.
Blah blah blah.
You know, one good thing here, which I'm surprised I don't do more often in Duck Guy now, is instead of there being like a flashback for everything, it sometimes works for the character to just explain. That is called exposition though, so it has its own flaw. But, you know, only relying on flashbacks all the time can be pretty, I don't know, it gets really repetitive. I've already been kind of noticing it in Series 2. It's like something I do a lot, which there's a reason I do it, but even still.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Ah. Thank you. Anyway. So yeah, this is called exposition, but I mean, sometimes it's nice, you know?
Only sometimes. You can't do it too much. Okay, I'll try my best.
Yeah, I like this part. Duck Guy's chilling because he's been in a cage before, and he's like,
well, the bad guys usually just show up and then free you.
even though it only happened once.
And the boxman is like, dude, people I love could be getting hurt right now. That guy's like, alright, I guess I'll call out my hidden strength.
And my favorite gag, one of my favorite gags from this volume is coming up.
Like, Boxman literally, he was explaining how he grew up sword fighting and he's been training for it almost his whole life. He sees a sword. Now's my chance. Immediately throws it to that guy who has no fucking experience whatsoever and completely misuses the sword. Like, that alone says so much about who Boxman is as a character while being a gag. So, like, it doesn't detract. I don't think it detracts from Boxman's character. Like, you could make the argument that Boxman, like, it doesn't make any sense for him to do this, but I think it does, because, like, he genuinely doesn't trust himself compared to an actual superhero. So he'd rather, like, even if he has more experience, he would rather give it to someone else because he just thinks they know what they're doing. So it's pretty good characterization while being a really funny joke. And, like, one of my favorite things about this volume is it's just, like, constantly Boxman doubting himself, and Duck Eye literally, like, we don't have time for that. Like, I get it, but we don't have time for you to be doubting yourself. So that's, like, what's moving it forward and making it so that this plot line isn't taking too long, you know. But yeah, he's like, if you're beating everything in, like, one hit, why are you worried? But yeah, so Boxman, the lesson he's getting is to start acting more like Duck Guy for some reason. Well, there we go, speed ran character development. No, you didn't, buddy. It's not over yet.
I love this. He just kills the random guy for no reason.
I have to be brave. And because he's acting like Duck Guy, he just charges in for no fucking reason and almost gets himself killed. Dude, are you suicidal? You have to dodge too. The thing is, obviously Boxman knows how to dodge and, like, parry and, like, sword fighting stuff, but he's acting like Duck Guy right now who doesn't think, so he's just walking into battle. Thanks, Crispy's boy, for explaining the comic. Look, I just like it, okay? I know I'm just explaining everything that happens, but it's also just fun. I like this comic. It's fun. So yeah, somehow Boxman makes it in a fraction of a second, which is awesome. And then he does the move from earlier.
I really am just explaining this whole thing.
Yup, also my favorite number is 12.
Look, see, Boxman literally says it.
You can tell I'm really great at being subtle with things in my comics. Okay, whatever. I go to the elevator. Another really funny bit. What floor did you press, Boxman? It's like going up 100 floors, and then it gains 1,000th place. I'm fucking dead. Oh yeah, Jeff Boxos. It's funny. Have the villain of the comic that's parroting Amazon be Jeff Boxos. It's backed. Top 10 names of all time. Duck Dude. Oh yeah. Duck Guy never even introduced himself to Boxman, so he just knows this guy as Duck Dude. I do kind of like this expression, I guess. He's like, huh? Oh no. Battle of the Brothers. Yeah, this is a pretty cool moment. They're fighting. Like, no matter how much Boxer's gotten more confident so far, all of that dissipates when he's forced to fight his brother. He's like, oh shit. Back to square one. It also is just like, without saying anything, you can kind of get their dynamic. Although he already explained, I'm pretty sure he already explained their dynamic. Let's see. Yeah, my brother's a trillion times braver than I. So he basically explains it, but you still get to see it as well, which is cool. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, he's saying you gotta fight back. I still don't know how Duckeye did this. Like, that's really fucking impressive. He uses Quack and like destroys half of the building. This dude is loud as shit. Flying chair. We're so high. And we got much higher.
I think this has to be a reference to Mira HQ from Among Us. It's just like a big tower in the sky. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, the other box people, they're here. Sorry, I was gone for a little bit. Took on a side quest. I like this panel a lot. We don't get to see much of the box people, but we can kind of see that Boxer at least had a pretty good relationship with them. And now they're working for AZ Corp.
Sorry.
Did I like skip a page? No, yeah, this is where I was.
Slash.
This is still one of Boxman's best moments, not gonna lie. Like, I can only imagine how good this would look in animation.
He clashes swords with Bax. Reaches for the whatever it's called, the control chip. Grabs it, but Bax grabs his arm and is about to cut it off before Boxman grabs the sword with his bare hands. Like, that's tough as hell. And then, staring down at his brother's eyes, he gets the reassurance he needs and headbutts the fucking chip in a really cool action and destroys it.
And Boxman still has the scar on his hand from this. It's a really important moment. Yeah, Bax is pretty cool. Not much shown of him so far, but
Say hi to Frida.
like, I don't know why I couldn't decide if he had these type of eyes or those type of eyes. It was pretty inconsistent here, so that's a little lame, but either way. Oh yeah, I love this joke. See, this is when Boxman, he like randomly guesses Duckeye's name, and then Duckeye's like, oh hey, when did you learn that? And Boxman doesn't understand, he's like, huh? I think these few panels are drawn pretty well. At least. I really like these two.
Anyway, I have a plan. Well, heck yeah, I've been waiting for one of those. Another one of Boxman's cool moments. He pierces the shield.
Which is just funny, honestly.
He pulls the sword out and destroys it. For Bluey.
My limbs!
So yeah, compared to Duck Eye asking Melody, I think it makes a lot of sense that Duck Eye would ask Boxman to be a part of his team. And you know, I love that this is kind of also a running thing that happens in Duck Eye. Whenever someone's being like really stubborn, they just get like bonked on the head a little to, you know, knock some sense into them. Yippee! And yeah, this is the emergence of the name Boxman. It's just something Duck Eye called him, and then everyone else called him that too. So yeah, this is the ominous voice shows up again and kills Jeff Boxells for failing or whatever. I don't have much to say about that. I don't think there's anything contradicting about this, but I don't know if it really adds much either. I guess it keeps reminding you that this voice is here. Anyway, Volume 6 time. What do I rate Volume 6? I would give this like an 8, maybe 8.5. It's not like what I would consider one of the masterpieces of Duck Eye, but it has a pretty consistent story, consistent character writing. Has some pretty good art in some spots, pretty bad art in some spots. It has some really cool moments, and it introduced one of the main characters. The arcs were fun. I mean, they both developed a little. Mostly Boxman, of course. You know, that guy still had stuff going on. Yeah, I would give this 8.5. I do like it a lot, so that's why I have the 0.5. Like, I want to maybe give this a 9, but I think I should save that for, like, some of the real masterpieces, like stuff in Series 2 and stuff. But I don't know. There's not many flaws that I can really think to point out on this one. Like, not any big plot holes. It's just, like, sometimes the art isn't that good, but the story is pretty alright. And now we have Volume 7. Oh boy. Are you guys excited to get to this one? Because I know I am.
Volume 7.
Oh boy. So already this cover is pretty good. It uses the scarf really well. It has square reminder on the top. Takes up a lot of space so it doesn't feel empty. Although you can tell it's been smudged when I scan this. I also already stapled it together, so when I was scanning it, some of the pages are gonna look weird, but
I guess let's just begin. Very quick recap.
so yeah. I think I did a good job here. At least pretty good for some somewhat natural sounding dialogue. I did want to segue into the point where Triangelo, doesn't really have eyeballs or whatever. I don't think it was the smoothest way to bring it up, but pretty okay. If you want, you could probably complain about the conversation jump here. It's like,
Well, it's not like we could see your eyes anyway. What's that about? You never talk about your past.
like, those two aren't really correlated all that much. But, well, at least, like, not logically. Like, you wouldn't really have a reason to assume. I don't know. This is the part where I'm just like talking and I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm onto something or not. Maybe I'm on something. But either way, segue into talking about his past. You know, honestly, it was pretty easy to convince him. Maybe just because it was Melody or something. Squirrel! Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel.
What the fuck? Sorry. No, I don't want to leave a comment.
Yeah, I don't know if I've already pointed this out, but this being specifically 3 years ago kind of threw me for a loop when I was rereading it. Cause like these guys get married and yet they only met 3 years ago, and then Square has been dead for quite a long time. So timeline issues there are like, it's not like horrible, like I just need to think about it more, you know, and really make a timeline for that. And also like, how old was he right here? It's not that I haven't thought about these things, but there's not like a clear answer, you know. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, Melody definitely would be the type to, like, you know, she likes the romance and stuff. She likes hearing about it, which is why it's funny that she didn't really mess with Duck Eye and Goose Gal. Like, that's how you know something's weird is happening, because, like, Melody is like, I don't know, I'm not really feeling it. Meanwhile, like, after this 30-second interaction, Melody's like, oh my god, you guys are so perfect. Meow. That's a pretty okay scene, you know. The point of it is to like show, what the fuck, my asshole? No. The point of it is to show, how he focuses, you know. He's calculating. He doesn't really do things on impulse that much. Kind of like not that natural for him. Square. I only met you today, but please go on a date with me.
I look ridiculous.
Pythagoras Diner. I should really do more with this place. I mean, it's not relevant to the story at all, so I'm not going to, but it's a pretty nice place. This is also some, I like putting, like, actual characterization into jokes, not just having jokes for no reason. Although I do like having jokes for no reason, but you know, it's pretty standard in writing, but I like when I'm doing it. Because you see here, Triangelo is 30 minutes early, so you can tell that he cares about being punctual, you know, he cares about being polite, showing up to things. And even though he's trying to be polite, Square is there before him, and like the implication is she was waiting, so like how early did she get here? It's like, you can already tell a lot about them just from that little joke, a little funny gag. And you know, she's gassing him up just for showing up, and he's like, what the, that's not something to gas someone up for, like I just showed up to the thing you invited me to. So yeah, he kind of mostly just showed up because he's like, you know, he's a good person. He doesn't want Square to Like he's worried about her, I guess, you know. 50 burger special. This stupid face here. That guy's so ugly. Like, I feel like I should've... I don't know, maybe she has a terrible taste in men or something. I love this panel. It's a very good expression. People keep telling me I'm good at expressions. I think, compared to a lot of people, I'm not that good, but there's some really fun expressions that I can do sometimes. So yeah, just Triangelo being a good person here is like...
Why don't you get to know me, then maybe we can finish these 50 burgers.
A very fun scene.
Eating.
This panel. Amazing panel. So yeah, I like this whole conversation. It kind of explains, you know, because I think if they didn't have this conversation and they just got together, it would feel a little weird. I mean, obviously they have some kind of chemistry here, just on this scene alone, and they have a pretty fun dynamic. This is a very necessary conversation, you know, what they admire about each other. It's like, it always baffles me when there's a relationship in a comic or any type of media, but you don't know why the characters like each other at all. Like, there's no reason, there's no real explanation to why they like each other. I don't mean to dog on the easy target here, but I remember, like, Has Been Hotel, the main two guys, the two girls, they were in a relationship ever since episode 1. And yet we have no real reason to know why they even liked each other. There's not much, like, how did they fall in love? Like, basically it was just like,
Oh, well, she saved me, and that's it. Like, what? I don't know, that the relationship just falls really flat for me. And I'm not even saying Triangelo and Square are a really deep relationship, but also the relationship only exists for like one volume, you know? So I don't need, like, this is still a lot for like how little content we get to see. Meanwhile, those guys are in a relationship the entire show, 2 seasons, and it feels like they barely like each other, you know? Like, we still don't know. Why am I getting on this tangent? My point is that it's nice when you establish why a relationship exists, why they like each other and all that, because otherwise it just falls really flat. And this isn't even the most complex relationship. It's honestly pretty simple, but I think it still works really well for what it is. Because Triangelo admires how, you know, impulsive she is, because, you know, he's a lot more thinking, and, you know, she just likes how heroic he is, like, doing the right thing. And she does admire and think it's kind of cute that, you know, he always, like, thinks about things very hard compared to her. So they balance each other out and they work pretty well. And I like...
okay, I'm just gonna move on from Has Been Hotel. I'm not gonna mention that again.
Anyway. You're amazing too, you know? Things started real hasty, but I'd be willing to keep this going. We can take our time here and now. Yeah, Triangelo has communication issues. That's good. Nice to give him a little bit of a flaw there. I do like this panel showing like an establishing shot. It's just cut off by the freaking stupid scanning, so I failed. Hex scored it. So yeah, Hex has taken over their old house. Ah! Yeah, Sheriff Hex looks really bad in this first panel. Why does he have purple pants? He does not have fucking purple pants. But Sheriff Hex, there's a lot of panels where he's really ugly, and there's a lot of panels where he looks good. I would say this first page of him, most of them are like bad, but later on, you get better. You know, Melody, on a surface level, she doesn't add too much to the volume. But I think she also really does, you know? She's the one who gets Triangelo to actually talk about his past, so that's like already what makes her so goated. But she's also like, just, like, she won't let him deal with this on his own, you know? Like, or at least she doesn't want to. Except he keeps telling her to go on her own. But at the end of the day, it's thanks to her that they're actually able to beat the guy. Because what makes Triangelo different than Hex is that Triangelo now has people, he can rely on. And that's why, like, Hex is so damn jealous, because he has nobody. He doesn't have people who, appreciate him or praise him. He's like completely alone. While Triangelo, he tries to deal with stuff on his own. But when he does that, he ends up like getting hurt. Because the point is, friendship saves the day. Now, I could have saved that tangent for when I was actually done reading, because that was basically a synopsis of the volume. But anyway, yeah. What a funny panel. That looks like shit. Yeah, we see how Triangelo gets a star. Cool. Hold on, I gotta make sure I didn't make a mistake here. Okay, yeah, he also didn't have the scarf. So we see him get his iconic scarf and his iconic star here. I was like, I really hope I didn't make the mistake of giving him the scarf, because that's like important when he gets it. But yeah, ugly panel of Sheriff Hex. He sees the poster. This is also a moment I like. It's just like Square is staring at the sun. She's like, ah, bird. Obviously, Sheriff Hex is fucking mad. He's like, nobody knows who I am. Nobody loves me. And again, you see these guys, they have a cool dynamic. Square gets angry pretty easily. She's impulsive. Triangelo just like calming the situation down. Sheriff Hex is like, nah, I guess I have to prove myself, right? He's counting down. They're kind of scared. This guy's eyeballs look like boobies for this frame for some reason. And then, oh my god, Square was shot. I'm so sorry. I really like the Oh no, I'm gonna have to cook food soon. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. I gotta at least finish volume 7. Alright, so yeah. I like the detail of his eyes getting darker as he watches her die. This is how it happened. This is how his eyeballs became darkened. And they're never gonna... Darkness is never gonna go away. Absorb. I really like these hands. I don't think they're like accurately drawn hands or whatever, but you could tell like it's funny. He just like does this devastating blow to Triangelo with like just his finger. Like, LOL, stupid loser. Never turn your back to a threat. Turns around. A real power move. Anyway, yeah, they're fighting. Stellar Oblivion. Triangelo helps. This part is mostly just more fighting. Again, more characterization here. Hex knows that he's kind of a bitch. Like, let's be honest, Hex is really strong, right? And I don't mean to get into the power scaling part of it, but I think objectively, at this point, while Sheriff Hex and Triangelo are pretty equal, I would say that Hex relies more on dirty tricks to, like, you know, give himself the edge rather than being just genuinely stronger, you know? Because he's like, alright, well, I'm getting my shit wrecked, so let me start destroying shit to distract Triangelo, and I can get more hits on them. You know, he's like, I'll aim for this vulnerability and keep beating him up. Whereas if they just kept regularly fighting, I mean, who knows who would have won, but probably Triangelo. But yeah, Sheriff Hex is like genuinely disgraceful. He's like not heroic at all. He's not anything like a sheriff. He's just doing shit for himself. I like this expression. But yeah, the old lady even serves a purpose in the story. Because she's kind of like how Melody was originally, like trying to help Triangelo, but she's like more true to herself, you know. She's not gonna let herself get walked over by, even if like she would clearly be slaughtered by Sheriff Hex, and that gives Melody the courage to be like, you know what, yeah, I'm an actual superhero, what am I doing? Like, yeah, saving you guys is important, but I also gotta, like, help stop this guy. Like, I can't just sit around. So it gives her that encouragement. A really good volume. The writing is fire. Sheriff Hex is drawn really well here. Anyway. So yeah, you know, Sheriff Hex with his selective hearing only hears phony and sheriff, so he's like, what? And I also think this would look really cool animated. Like, imagine he's raising his fists to the air. He's like clenching them. No, okay, so yeah. He's raising his hands to the air, clenching them as like stars begin to appear. And in his anger, he goes like, rah! And while he's saying raw, his like hands go back to his sides, like gleaming with the stars in them now. And his fist is clenched. And then, you know, a bunch of other stars appear behind him or something. I don't know. And then he's like putting one hand forward, releasing a star into the air. and creating a big laser ball of doom. So yeah, you know, Duck Guy, like the way it is, it's not perfect. It's not even like regular comics, because a regular comic would not have like 20 frames like this does. But one of the pros of Duck Guy is that it kind of feels like you can imagine how it would be animated, especially in stuff like this. Like, I think with most comics, you gotta kind of fill in the blanks with your mind. But here, it feels more like a storyboard. So it's a lot easier to imagine how that would look animated. So yeah, Triangelo trying to deal with it on his own, because, you know, you gotta protect everyone. Square. Explaining Triangelo's backstory, you know. He was so ashamed, he was so lost, he started just killing people. It's truly true hatred. And like, there is a lot to criticize Triangelo for. Like, really, dude, you lost your wife, so you started killing people? Wow, man. And, let's just say I'm thinking about that. It's not, it's, like, it's funny how much that's overlooked, but it doesn't mean it'll be, like, overlooked forever, you know? Anyway. Let's go. So yeah, a cool moment. I imagine this would be peak cinema if it was ever animated. You can hear everyone chanting out for Triangelo. And sure, is this maybe slightly corny? Sure. But at the same time, it's just hype. Like, at least for me. And I'm like, I can imagine the scene in my head, how cool this would be. And you know, this part. It's not literal, it's not like Square Up placed these guys on Earth to be friends with Triangelo. But they have a lot of, you know, aspects of Square in them, you know. I'm not going to explain all of them, but like, you can make the connection, even with Goth Girl, slightly. So yeah, Triangelo has pieces of Square wherever he goes. He wakes up. I won't let you destroy my ass. He gets the entire orb. You can do it. He did it. And this would also be cool animated. I'm gonna keep saying this. He absorbs it, and originally you could see the red in his eyeballs, but then it dissipates to a holy yellow. And then they keep fighting. Now, I'm not even really sure why I'm offline. What the fuck? No, I'm not. I literally have Wi-Fi. Why they gotta cut us off at the best part? Don't even trip my dog. Bruh. I literally have the files on my computer. I should just be pulling them up, but I'm not, because I'm stupid for some reason. Now, realistically, I have no idea why Sheriff Hex is putting up this much of a fight. Like, he should be completely overpowered by Triangelo in this moment, but that wouldn't be cool, would it? So, like, his pure rage just, like, gets them to be on equal footing again. And this is where probably the argument that Hex is stronger than Triangelo could come from, you know? Because Hex can just like fill up the entire sky with the fucking lasers. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that is pretty bad. But the thing is, like, if Triangelo wasn't a good person, he would have no reason to care about this attack. He could just avoid it. And again, it's like Hex preying on Triangelo's vulnerabilities of being a good person. Because he has to try to stop this attack that he could, like, that most of the time he would probably just avoid if he could. But he has to protect these people, so he's like, he has to do something. And Triangelo, his style of fighting is not the same. So he doesn't just have like 3 million lasers that he'll summon to like wreak absolute destruction. Like, he's more calculated with where he shoots. And if he does do like a final attack, it's like it is also the big orb falling down. But like he almost never uses that because just how destructive it would be. So it's really just like a last resort. Meanwhile, Hex is like using that shit 24/7 because he doesn't care. But yeah, Melody finally jumps in. She's like, no dude, you can't do this on your own. Just like, shut the freak up and like do something. So together they create harmony, which honestly, that's tough as hell. Like, sure, that's some My Little Pony writing or whatever, but it's cool. I gotta be honest. And yeah, they eradicate bro from existence. See, I don't have much to say about this part. This is the real good part. I like how Triangelo apologizes for how low-key crappy he was being. Like, he was being understandable, you know. He lost Square, so he doesn't want to lose Melody or anyone again, because he knows how dangerous Hex is. But also, you know, things could have gone differently if they were working together at the start. I mean, who knows how much would have changed. And he acknowledges, I mean, like, Melody, I like her response. She's like, yeah, I'm upset about it, but I'm also mature enough to, like, you know, put the lives of other people over some petty argument. Like, overall, I would want to evacuate people, because, you know, Hex started blowing up houses, so if it wasn't evacuated, that would have just straight up killed so many people. But also, you know, I want to actually help when I'm on the field. Like, I want you to listen to me and stuff. But I don't know why I'm recapping the story like y'all didn't read it, but I like talking about it. So yeah, you know, Triangelo develops from being someone who kind of wants things to go his way, doesn't communicate that well with Melody, to listening to her, and you know, it's a cool little arc. They both got a pretty cool dynamic, and he's, you know, the payoff is he's a lot more open to talking now. And I don't know, I just like these two dynamic. Super cool, super awesome. Volume 7 time. What will we give the rating for Volume 7? Whenever it decides to load the freaking thumbnail. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. There we go. So, I didn't do anything, it just randomly decided to work, by the way. Volume 7 is gonna get a 10 from me. I think there's very little I would change about this volume if I did it now. In fact, I would literally just want it to look better, mostly. The story is good. Also, this is really fitting music for this song, shit. The story is really good. This was the first Duck Eye comic that I really I didn't write out the whole thing, but I really thought a lot about the themes when I was making this. Oh god, I need to drink water. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, yeah. When I was making this one, I was really thinking about the themes of the story a lot, more than I was with any other volume before this. And by that I mean, how do the characters develop and how does it push forward the theme of the volume? Like, everything in the story should be pushing towards the theme, not against it. And I think, I mean, there's probably a few slip-ups in here, I don't know. Like, you could probably make some argument. But overall, it all pushed the point forward of, you know, I don't know specifically. Let me try to put this into words and sound sophisticated. I mean, overall, the kind of message was to stay true to, you know, what's right and not to lose your way. And, you know, it's okay to rely on people because other people are what make you good or some shit, you know. It's something more sophisticated than that, but I think everything in the story did push towards that point. With Sheriff X being a very good counter to Triangelo. Like, that's the thing. He was created specifically to counter Triangelo. And I think a lot of the times when people are making stories, they make characters, but sometimes they don't serve any real purpose. They just kind of are there. And that's something you're gonna see a lot in Volume 8, LOL. Like, there's a lot of heroes that exist just to fight them, but they don't contribute towards like a theme or any type of growth, really. They're just, you know, obstacles, which is a little boring, because you can have cool stuff like Hex, where, yes, he's an obstacle, but he also contributes to the characters, like he directly bounces off of them. So I guess if I had to give you any sort of advice for writing, which you should not be getting ideas from Chris, but if I had to give you advice, it would be to make sure and really nail down what your character's purpose is and how they can grow. Melody didn't really have, like, Melody didn't extremely have a purpose to be made as a character. She was just kind of someone who would join the team. But even if a character doesn't begin with a lot of purpose, you can still make them have relevance. Give them someone they can bounce off of. Give them stuff, because at the end of the day, these aren't people, these are characters. In real life, yeah, you can have people just like not be challenged, as in like they're not really challenged by other people around them. Like, a lot of the time in real life, you'll kind of live in your own bubble with people who regurgitate the same stuff you think. But with characters, it's a different story. You want to have them be, like, even if they have a background where they wouldn't be, where their beliefs wouldn't be challenged much, It's a story. You can make them have something that challenges their beliefs. You can make them have a counter, someone who believes in the exact opposite of what they do. It's fun. This is a good volume. I don't know why I'm talking for so long, but I don't know. This is why I'm not a good creator, because I like talking about the stuff I make way too much. I feel like with most creators, they make stuff and they just kind of like move on afterwards. They don't like talk about what they did that much, but I'm like gonna talk. I talk about the shit I make more than anyone else talks about it, and that's a little embarrassing, but it's fun to talk about for me. And yeah, I just like this. I like this volume. It has like some of the best writing I've done. Everything works together for the story instead of having stuff that like detracts from it for no reason. And yeah, I think volume 7 deserves that 10. Now, volume 7.5, I'm warning you, I'm gonna come back and do the rest of this review after I cook some food probably, but volume 7.5 is really bad. This is like, I don't know. It's funny that technically this came out after volume 7 because of how bad this is. But I guess there has to always be at least one bad comic, so shrug. Okay, so we're here with... Alright. Okay. Yeah. What is happening? I just wanted to get my voice consistent. Alright, here we go. Duck Eye and the Decadent Dark Diva. I will say the title of the volume is pretty nice. Decadent is a word that I don't hear often. But the rest of this isn't going to be so great. And it's sad because this is like a Goth Girl volume 2. As in Goth Girl volume, comma 2. You know what? I'm actually just going to straight up open this in my Photos app. Let me do that. It's gonna be so much better. Let's see if I can. No. Yeah, hold on. How about now, broskies? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Duck Eye and the Decadent Dark Diva. Yeah. Come on, Duck Eye. Why would he sleep on the freaking counter? It's like just genuinely horrible. Also, this comic is funny because it points out the fact that Goth Girl is literally like the only worker. That's her real superpower, maintaining a store by herself. You know, even despite everything I go through. Like what? Wait, I just realized there might be a lot. It's such a dumb bit. He told me I couldn't slam him through the floor. Okay. Oops. I was still on the browser. It's still recording that audio, right? There we go, yeah. That last one was a little funny though. He's right, but Goth Girl disagrees.
Make me a superhero.
It's funny because this is how objectively untrue this is.
You gotta be born with powers, or like, be good with a weapon.
But Buddy wasn't born with powers. Like, oh, she literally says that. Wait. God, I love that. I love when the comic like knows what you're gonna say, and it's like actually relevant as well. This is a fun panel. I like. For some reason, this is probably one of my favorite panels of Golf Girl. It's just like her in a raincoat. It's like super big.
Dress, bows, fancy boots, fire powers. You wrote this?
She just looks so goofy in the raincoat. Snap. Superhero outfit.
Freak my life. Why are we stupid girl stuff now?
Oh yeah, so yeah, this is a good way of setting up how the lightning works. It is somewhat relevant. Not super relevant. Like, to be honest, if someone asked me if they could skip 7.5, I would say probably. It's just, you want to understand, like, Peblo, and I guess the lightning will be a little confusing, but it's also not confusing if you just remembered Volume 1.
If I get struck by lightning while holding $1, will I become a millionaire? Goose Gal taking a picture.
Empty panel.
Clack, 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 clack.
Put the money in the bag.
I have no hands.
You stupid. God.
My son, blah, blah, blah.
It's another really great panel. Like, why was she eating so hard in this one, only for it to look like shit in the next one? It's like probably one of the most evilest things I've ever done in Duck-Eye.
Is he gonna jump?
You want to be a millionaire? Like, dude. It's like so bad to the point where I had to justify this in the comic. Like, I had to find an explanation because this is just so, like, evil. Like, I had to think of some excuse for why this happened because it was just so bad. Like, like, it was to the point where I guess I should give some background info on this comic. In about, let's see. Where does it happen? Yeah, okay. Hold on. This, like, literally, is it? I want to find the exact panel. I think, yeah, literally this panel So everything before this panel on page 8 was made like before April 1st, 2003, 2004, I don't know what it was, but it was made in April because this was going to be an April Fool's comic. And I stopped working on this comic because I just did not know what to do with it. And by the time I came back to this volume, and I'm like, maybe I should continue it because, you know, it's not that bad. I had so much trouble with it because why the fuck did they do this? Like, I'm gonna just be straight up. There's like no in-character reason that I think Goth Girl would even do this shit. Like, specifically the suicidal guy part. Like, I feel like just for any sane human being, this is too far, you know? Like, I had to come up with some type of excuse character-wise, or else she would just straight up be evil, and so would that guy. But oh my god, that was such a bad writing decision. I should have just scrapped this comic, Loki. Because like, as somewhat fun as it is, like, what the hell, you know? And okay, I'll just continue for now, but there's so many issues. What am I? Experiment failed. I'm like, oh my god. This is a real person you guys just affected. What the hell? Yeah, obviously Goth Girl's not really good at being a superhero. Her arm almost gets broken, like, immediately. And the thing is, the villain's like completely in the right in this comic. So yeah, I think this is the part where I came back to it like a year later. And I immediately had Goth Girl, like, regretting it.
He took ID to be working bad people. He signed the consent form.
Again, just terrible. Just absolutely terrible.
Coin storm.
I think I leaned into the stupidness because, like, I just had Duckeye do this for absolutely no reason. So just tries to catch all the coins. It breaks his jaw. This is like really messy art. I barely understand what's happening. And even though there wasn't a building in any establishing shot, she randomly gets like hit into one. So that's cool.
I'm sorry, it was really messed up that we saw you were suicidal and then used you for some sick experiment.
Like, what the hell? That's a pretty okay panel. But I like this, the build up to it as well. He's just straight up spitting. He's like,
I was already out of reasons to live and you transformed me into this? Duck idea!
oh my god, I gotta screenshot that.
Get ideas from Duck Guy. She activates her amulet and fire comes out.
Yeah, I remember I was trying to have Goth Girl, like, talk some sense into him or something. But everything she says comes off, like, completely hypocritically because she put him in this situation. Like, oh god, this volume is so bad. It is so bad. Like, I want to retcon it so bad, it's too late. It's too late to do that. Because, like, she would never fucking do that, and I made her do it for the fucking gag. It's like the opposite of what I was talking about earlier, where you can have a joke and it still, like, helps the characters, like, it still says something about the character. This was like a joke scenario that shouldn't have been a joke in the first place, and also just detrimented both characters that did it. So there was, like, literally no reason. It's like, it's funny because of how, it's funny in quotations because of how absurd it is, but it's just genuinely horrible. Anyway, Goth Girl looks really good in that panel. I don't know, maybe it's the fluffiness of the hair. Maybe it's the dress. Cash out. Again, back to the really messy art. I don't know what just happened. You can barely understand. Like, this is... What the fuck? So bad.
Why does he look like that?
So yeah, obviously she's like... She's reaching her hand out to him. All he sees is the same hand that reached out to him and just tried to fucking scam him. It's like, no, I'm not trusting you ever again, bro. But she unleashes Sky Parting Blaze, aka Tower of Flame. And this happens. Why does this happen? Who knows? What the fuck was that about? Either way, Duck Guy comes in with his amazing idea and zaps everyone. Then they're like, I guess if we get zapped again, we go back to normal. The art's pretty good for this part. But this is just sad. Like, he's like, whatever, dude, I'm definitely killing myself today. He's like, if I wasn't gonna before, this is like 10 times the reason. The Duck Guy's like, woohoo! Everyone is okay. Yeah, Goth Girl, she's like, the explanation basically is like, she got too caught up in having awesome abilities that she just like got a big ego like really fast and didn't really care about the people. She just wanted to like be a hero, which is like, it's not a terrible plot, you know, because Duck Guy as a hero, that's basically what he's been so far. He's been like more, he mostly cares about the idea of being a superhero more than he does like the actual superhero-ness of it, you know? I mean, he does still help people, but he's mostly driven by just like his own interests, you know? And that's why he doesn't give a shit about this guy that he just ruined the life of, because he ended up saving the day, and that's what matters to him. But Goth Girl is like actually a human, so she like has some remorse. But even still, I genuinely cannot in good faith tell you that that was in character for Goth Girl to do. Even if her ego was like super raised, I still think she has morals, you know? And even while I was making that scene, I don't think I really thought, hey, yeah, this is something Goth Girl would do. I was literally just doing it for the bit, and the bit was horrible. It was terrible. So it kind of undermines this whole scene where she's making up for it, because it's like, why did you even do that in the first place? Because like the excuse is not that good. It's a really bad volume. So when you have this whole scene where she's like, you know, man, your life matters. suicide is a bad option. And it's like, bro, you just used him as an experiment like 6 pages ago. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that well. If this was like more incorporated to the story, if she was like actually trying to help him, like, dude, I'm realizing that could have been such an easy fix. She could have just like actually thought she was gonna help him, but no, it was just like it was an experiment. And then when it went wrong, she was just like, whoops, I guess that sucked. Oh my god, the writing was so bad. I'm sorry. It was just so bad. Yeah, we do learn a little bit about Goth Girl here. And the thing is, I can't retcon this because it actually is pretty important to Goth Girl as a person. As horrible writing as it is, and I'm really sorry about it. It does, like, okay, let's say you, let's work with the fact that she did do this. No matter what, it is a fact that she did this, and this is something that's canon to the universe. So, she did this, and now she has to live with the fact that she did this. It's like, I guess, an extreme version of like when you accidentally hurt someone you care about, and you have to like live with the fact that you don't know why you did that, but you did. And like, no matter why, you still did something really bad. So then, like, you know, she's like, oh man. Now she associates being a superhero and having these powers with, like, the worst thing she's ever done, which is, like, act like she's above people and, like, basically just ruin this guy's life even more. So she's like, now that's what she associates it with, and I don't know, she's trying to comfort him or something right now. Basically saying, when you have friends... Oh my god. What? Hold on. Let me read this. Is this really happening? What is the point? What is the point of which? Hold on. Okay, what's the resolution? What? No. This can't actually be the speech she gave him.
Okay, so basically the speech is saying she just talks about herself the entire... Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I'm just processing this horrible writing. So, okay. So she goes up to the guy whose life she just ruined, turned him into an experiment. Her entire speech is just her talking about herself. What the fuck? How is this supposed to make anyone feel better? She's just saying, hey, I brought you some boba. I did all that because I was a superhero and my ego got inflated. I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're going through. I was alone once, but then I got a lot of friends, and it helped me see through the boredom. So, I guess it just needs a spark, and I'm glad I have all these cool friends. So the point of what she's trying to say is, your life can really suck, but you just need a spark to make it better. This sucks. I'm sorry. Like, if she didn't spend the entire time talking about herself, maybe this would come off better. But she just spends the entire time talking about how her life was somewhat alone for like a little bit, and then now it's like really good. And he needs to get a spark or whatever. And she said that after she like actively ruined what little life he had. So, if it was me, I would punch the shit out of her. Not gonna lie. But, I really wrote that, wow. It's like, I get the message. It's not, you failed though. You like really failed. That was bad. But yeah, now it's a joke. Now we're laughing. Now that guy walks in and gives the suicidal guy a hat. He literally calls him suicidal guy. And I think somehow that guy is more considerate here. Like, hear me out. He does call him suicidal guy, but he gets him a gift so that he can remember him. And he says, there's nothing definable about you, but I want to know everything about you so I want to at least know stuff about you. Compared to a goth girl who walked up to Pueblo, just talked about herself the entire time, and said, man, I hope you get friends. Now, I'm not even saying that guy was good. I mean, he literally admits he only wants to be forgiven. But at least he gives enough of a shit to ask about this guy. To, like, inquire why he did this. Like, why he's so sad. Like, he like, actually wants to know about this guy. See, he's having a conversation. Meanwhile, Goth Girl just talked at him. And yet, in the end, it's framed like Goth Girl helps a bunch of other people on the bridge. And now I'm wondering how helpful she really is. If she's just gonna do shit like that. Now, hold on. Do not get the wrong idea. I am not saying that Goth Girl is a complete asshole of a person. And that she only cares about herself. Because that would be really evil and rude. I'm saying that I failed her as a writer because what she's supposed to be and what I've conveyed are completely different, at least for this volume. Like, holy shit. I just don't know how low-key that guy did it better. I don't know how he was more helpful. It's just... Okay, I gotta turn on Do Not Disturb, by the way. Let's say for an hour. Okay. This is just really embarrassing, okay. Cause what was I thinking? How did I think this was, like, passable? But yeah, apparently Goth Girl is super helpful now. She talks, listens, offers advice and stuff. Cool. And I'm not like retconning any of that. I feel like she still does that. And she did do that. And she probably was helpful. But what I've conveyed here does not give you any reason to actually believe that, okay? And she says, kill yourself to Duck Eye at the end. So, guys, what have we gathered about Goth Girl from this comic? Well, we've gathered that the second that she gets powers, she becomes evil. She kills random people. Like, she put one random guy on fire, even though it clearly wasn't the robber that robbed the store. She uses some suicidal guy as an experiment. Afterwards, like, burning him up in a fight, she talks about herself for like 6 minutes and says, yeah, I have no idea what you're going through. And that's basically it. And then, well, apparently she helps other suicidal people. I'm gonna say helps, because, like, we're told that she helps. I don't really see how, given what we've been shown in this volume. And then she tells that guy to kill himself, so... Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Look, maybe I'm taking this too seriously, right? Like, that line at the end, that's obviously a joke, right? Like, that shouldn't be taken serious, right? No. I think it should be. Because, look, this is more of my fault, you know? And it's still something that's in the newer comics, so I guess I can't, like, it's still something I gotta work on, but if I'm gonna have, like, a suicidal guy in the comics, then I probably shouldn't also keep putting kill yourself in the comments, right? In the comics, like, that just wouldn't make sense. Because it's suddenly a serious topic when I decide it to be, and then other times it's just a joke that you can throw out there. It just doesn't make sense, you know? And, like, at least for the comic, because not everyone's gonna know the intent behind the whatever. And, like, it's kind of a topic, because, you know, I say KYS as a joke a lot to, like, people I know. And it's, like, never... It's like, obviously never serious. But even still, that's not saying that it's an okay thing to do. Like, I gotta be honest, it's probably something I should stop the more I think about it. Because, like, I don't find it to be a joke, really. If, like, the actual topic itself, I don't think it's, like, funny when someone ends their own life. The real only reason I say that is it just feels like an out of proportionate response to things, which is why I feel like it has some humor. But overall, suicide itself is not, like, something to really joke about that much. So, you know, I think definitely going forward, at least, because I can't undo this in the past. For Duck Eye, the comic, I will just stop doing this, like, whatever the fuck this is. That's not gonna be in the comics. Now, as for, like, me as a person, I'll probably try to do it a lot less, and if I do say stuff like that, it'll be, like, you know, it'll be a lot more limited. It won't just, like, I think that's definitely something I should tone down. Because, you know, it is something I really shouldn't be joking about. But regardless, it just doesn't, like, in this comic, again, I feel like it was just so poor taste to put that in there. Because the joke is, I guess the reason I did it was because, like, you wouldn't expect Golf Girl after all this, after dealing with all these suicidal people, to just tell that guy to kill himself. So that's the joke, right? But like, it's just not a good joke, really. After, like, I'm laughing because of how dumb that is, not because the joke is good, but because it doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't, basically the point is you can't go both ways with it. You can't have it be something like really serious and then also a joke. I don't know. Maybe I'm not like a professional in what I'm talking about, but I just think in general, if you really respect the issue, like, then it can't go both ways, you know? Like, there's certain things I'll never joke about, and that's like things that, you know, should always be respected. So I think this should also be one of those things. And yet I failed to do that, both in the comics and like just in general, but I'm definitely gonna change that. So yeah, it's time to do the overall review of this stinky freaking comic. I think this would be like a 3, low-key. I feel like it had stuff going for it. Because, like, here's the thing, I can excuse Golf Girl burning a random person. Like, I know that is kind of extreme, but that guy literally pulled out a bomb in Volume 1. It killed people. So I feel like that's at least excusable. But, again, the suicidal guy is just, it's just too evil. It's too evil for her to have done that. And again, this comic doesn't know what it wants to be. It's like, is suicide funny in this comic, or is it serious? It can't choose one. Like, it has to be one or the other, I'm sorry. Like,
Oh, it's only funny when I tell Duck Guy to kill himself. Like, I don't know. Just rubs me a little bit the wrong way. And at least for a comic, like, I know these comics aren't super serious or anything, but like, I feel like in a professional way, which these aren't, but in a professional way, you really shouldn't you really shouldn't have jokes like that, I think. So, I don't know, just kind of flopped a little bit in volume 7.5. It had a lot of tone issues, but volume 8, I'm gonna open volume 8 now. I wanted it to open here. Hold on. Nope. Wrong thing.
well, here we have volume 8.
Still recording, right? Why is it not showing anything? Wait, you're not volume 8. Where's volume 8? Alright, here we go. Duck Eye in the Tournament of Awesome. Wait, it doesn't even say volume 8 on the freaking... Oh my god. Why are you that color? What happened, Melody? Why is his pants light? Okay.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about freaking volume 7.5. It's gonna be stuck in my head how bad that one is. Okay, I'm locking back in. I'm gonna lock back in. So yeah, Goose Scout. This is what I meant when, like, after Volume 5, she kind of just becomes the main part and there isn't, like, the facade, which makes sense. But yeah, she's just, like, straight up forcing Duck Eye now. Like, there's no subtlety about it. She's just like, yeah, Duck Eye, we should take a break. And Duck Eye's like, wait, see, whatever. She just, like, says, Duck Eye, you want to take a break. She's like, and then he's like, I do? And I like when Duck Eye's an asshole because he's supposed to be. I don't like when Golf Girl is an asshole because, like, that's not what I was intending. I need to stop talking about 7.5. But yeah, this is good because this comic in general is good, is because it allows us to see how these guys work as a team. So far we've been putting them on the team, but we haven't shown the team. So that's what this volume and the next two basically do. We get to see, you know, Triangelo and Boxman, they train together. Melody, she's kind of chill. Like, I guess she's more of like the middle person at this stage. She doesn't have anyone she specifically connects to. But, you know, that's just for now. Well, I mean, she does have Triangelo. But right now, Triangelo's working with Boxman. Then we get to see, you know, Boxman. You can't even really talk to Golf Girl, which is funny. We see Melody standing up for him. So yeah, we begin to see how the group, their dynamics. We see that, you know, be established really. I'm really glad I redesigned Stargirl because she looks really bad here. Like, that's just genuinely shit compared to how she looks now. I also like how, like, Duck Gang does not give a shit about this tournament for the most part until they're kind of like persuaded to. And it's even it's even funnier because, like, that guy's like, let me think of a dumb reason. He's like, good training. When in reality that would be a good reason for most teams, but not for these guys. Yeah, more showing the dynamics. The Boxman pays for the drinks because nobody else does. Everyone else just takes advantage of the free stuff. Even his own team is sick of his ass. They're just like, bro. Like, the heroes fight. I always thought this was just such an obvious detail. Like, I thought when people saw this panel, they're gonna be like, what? Dude, that's so sketchy. But no one really questions it that much, at least from the people I've seen read this comic. Like, maybe they think it's a little sus, but they don't really, like, you know, stay on it for very long. Yeah, see, this
This volume should have been a really good opportunity, right? Introduce other heroes. Make the world a little bit bigger by creating heroes that, you know, live in this world. Except making that many heroes was hard, so a lot of them just are shit and don't matter. And it's like, they're not really supposed to matter. You know, they're just heroes to fight. It also makes the world a little bit weaker when you do that. However, at least for the do-gooders, I've grown to like them. You know? Originally they were just kind of like people I came up with, but like, you can build, I built off of that, and now they're like, at least pretty okay. And the retrievers there too, I guess. I don't really like them, but... yeah. Duck speed. You know, the retriever is just dumb in general. He's supposed to be like Swiper's son or something, like Swiper from Dora. Like, that's straight up, I'm just gonna like tell you, that's straight up why I made him. And yeah, he looks nothing like Swiper, and I can't fucking draw because what is he even supposed to be? Like, this is just actually such, what is this thing? But anyway, this panel of Boxman is pretty cool. And yeah, okay, so this volume had a similar thing with volume 7.5 where I came back to it like a year later. I started volume 8 around the end of the school year. The same school year that I started Duck Guy. So once it became summer, I just had no reason to work on Duck Guy anymore. Therefore, I came back the next school year in like November, I think, to finish this. So you can immediately see some art differences, but yeah, immediately you get to see a new outfit for Stargirl. Infinitely better. This is a pretty fun line / interaction. Thanks, is everyone else doing okay? Yeah, I believe in them. Yeah. It's like, okay buddy, you believe in everybody else? Yeah, Melody had to do shit. RP Melody. There's a lot I didn't think about when it came to the tournament, so I just made it in canon that those things weren't thought about either, which is funny, because like, when you lose a member, they're basically gone. Like, unless, like, sure they have healers to help the people who are injured, but if your teammate was super injured, or in some cases in this comic literally just killed, then you just don't have a teammate for like one of your battles, or if they died then you just straight up don't get them back. It's like such a horrible tournament, but I still like tournament arcs, so this is still a pretty okay comic at best, at worst. Give up before I make you, W. Goose Scout. I'm a water cooler. This is the second scariest water cooler of all time. Yeah, another instance of Goose Gal. Like, this is just how she is now. She's just gonna be straight at me. Because I don't think they're gonna get rid of her at this point. He's like, I'm not even gonna pretend to give a shit about these guys. I like the argument they have about it too. At least mostly Boxman, he's like, he calls her Duck Gal. I don't even think that's like intentional, but I want it to be now. Yeah, that's a good moment. Tarantula's like, I chose not to help her. I trusted her abilities. And Boxman's like, but you went to help me. It's like, oh, because you didn't trust me. Yeah, I also like how he doesn't, you know, the issue isn't resolved immediately. Like, that's very basic writing, you know, but it's still nice. I also love this, the whole Miku Expo thing. This was very not necessary to the plot, but it ended up paying off, which is like so dumb, but like at least we're giving Goth Girl something to do, you know? And now Misfitting Fighters. It says a lot about how 3 of these guys are not in Series 2 because I don't give a shit about them. Like, it's just wasted potential. When you could get heroes that like affect the world or make, I don't know, man, just have cool fucking things, but I'm like, nah, let me have these dumb fucks. I think low-key this fight might go on for more than it realistically should, but I also crammed 3 fights into 1 volume, so maybe that's just the issue. But goddamn, I hate Ryan Rhombus so much. His presence in this fight makes it super monotonous and like predictable, because like it's basically just him blocking shit like 90 times. That's like half of this fight, him blocking shit. And it's even worse when you're given Red Rojo, who is interesting in this fight. Even like even Gooply, it's a lot more interesting than just blocking everything. Regardless, this was funny because like I love Trangizo's like face shading thing, because like it's in canon that like it's in canon that people also see that. So like whenever like I guess Series 2 spoilers, if he loses his memory of Square dying, like the face shading goes away. Or if someone is possessing him, the face shading goes away. So like it's basically just his mind doing that or something, which is funny. That guy's like, Tarantula has a face? You just like straight up thought Tarantula just looked like that. This is another amazing bit where it like utilizes the meta part of this panel and makes it canon, just be like, thank Brett they posed for a picture. It's just, like, imagine mid-fight they just posed for a picture. It's really funny. And I just like, this happens a lot, but I like every instance where that guy just, he keeps showing that he never makes plans for anything. And everyone's just like, dude, this is our quote-unquote leader. He doesn't have any freaking ideas. Look, Goose Cyclone block. Boring as shit. Like, this fight is like too long for that to be happening like 4 times within the fight. It's a very, yeah. I do think it probably would have made more sense if Boxman did more with Duckeye here. Because he, like, the point is he calls for help because he can't do it alone. But then immediately after Duckeye helps him, he just goes back to doing it on his own. I think that was a bit of an oversight here. And again, I mean, most Duckeye comics weren't, like, written out beforehand. Which is why stupid oversights like this kind of happen. But, yeah. Still a pretty cool scene. Shows just how, devoted he is. He steps on a freaking sword. Jesus Christ. And then he just straight up kills someone. But I guess it's just because it's a bug, he doesn't really care. Nobody cares about you guys. Lose already. Is this healthcare? It's a pretty good moment for Boxman. I like this whole kind of setup, build up, whatever. He really does put team over himself, or honestly, like literally anybody over himself. Top 10 toughest panels of all time. Gets beat up immediately. And yes, finally, Frangelo shows up. You know, I completely forgot he used this move in this battle. I think he actually uses this move a lot more than I gave him credit for. My bad. Explosh. Yeah, Melody comes back, and of course, being the goated character she is, she's like, dude, what is going on? Then they finally make up. I do like Tarantula, you know. He makes some mistakes, but it always comes from like a good place, which is nice and cool. Obviously, Goose Gal has to ruin the moment. And yeah, Team Patrol. I think I might skip a lot of this. Not because it's bad, but mostly just because it's fighting. I don't think we really like learn anything about the characters here, except their cool abilities. Okay, never mind. We do learn something pretty important here. Never mind. I guess not yet. Blah blah blah. Time Bomb's a little crazy. Time Bomb's probably my favorite part of this battle. Just because how stupid and crazy he is. He actually looks overdosed on crack. Okay, never mind. This is my favorite part of the battle. Duckeye just trolling this guy. Man eating flowers. I'm only half man. He just pulls out a nuke. Yeah. And then pulls out a plant phone to tell his kids that like he hated them or some shit. Like, did that contribute to the fight? No, but it was pretty funny. There we go. We cut back to Goose Gal. We do learn something pretty important here. I'm your worst nightmare. She's being all threatening. This is like very obvious foreshadowing if you look back on it. Blah blah blah. Time bomb's really yeah. And then we see something that shouldn't be possible. Goose Gal comes out of the dreamer's head alive, conscious. And no one asks why, because I intentionally made it so that no one asks why, because if they did, well, there's not many answers other than, you know, she's the nightmare queen and all that. I eat nightmares for breakfast. Volume 9 set up right here. Writing. Yeah, we start to see Aviary crack. We even see the Root. I think that's his name. We see him crack. And most importantly, we see Time Bomb crack by fast forwarding too much. And I wish I had the resolution be more like smart. Because it's like, yeah, they worked together, but it wasn't really a smart plan or anything. And it also like worked immediately. So it's not super satisfying, but I like this scene. It would be pretty cool if it was animated or something. And he died. I absolutely love this scene where they just like turn on Time Bomb. I remember like my friend Blub really liked this team until they randomly did this, and like he's like, why? Oh my god, I liked them until they randomly did this. And I'm like, dude, like, let's be honest, nobody would like Time Bomb. Nobody would want this dude on their team. He's crazy. And I'm not like justifying them, but like, yeah, they have no reason to respect Time Bomb. They literally found him in a mental asylum, recruited him, and like he's dead now, so he kind of like failed his purpose or whatever, at least in their eyes. Again, I don't really know why I did this. It was mostly for the bit, this whole section, where that guy's like, they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? This isolated planet's gonna fall on us. He's like, well, let's accept our fate. He's just gonna call Golf Girl. Like, the thing is, I don't think I really have to explain why Duck Guy does some of the stuff he does. He's just like Duck Guy, you know? Like, is that laziness? I don't know. Is it bad writing? Probably. But like, it's also Duck Guy, you know? If he just decides to accept his fate, then I guess he decides to accept his fate. Yeah, Miku. This is the best scene in all of Duck Guy. Stop fucking Hatsune Miku! And then they, like, this straight up fan service of like Miku singing with melody for some reason. Why? I don't know, but they saved the day. The lesson is that Miku is awesome. Why is that so loud? turn on this music. The lesson is that being good is awesome. But yeah, Volume 9 setup. Duckeye versus the World, Sans 2. Well, time to rate that one as well. Let's see. Overall, Duckeye and the Tournament of Awesome, Volume 8, would receive maybe a 6.5 or a 7. For me, I don't think there's anything like super horrible and shit about this volume. It's just, I mean, what can I say? Yeah, what can I say? I need to think. It was mostly fighting. At least we did have some character development, which is more than I can say than Volume 9, which was just fighting, and the heroes were literally just fighting, really. This one had them go through some sort of arc, so it's like rewarding when they win or whatever. At the same time, yeah, at the same time, it's just kind of fighting. It introduced a lot of characters, but none of them really mattered much at the time. I mean, I like some of them now, and I mean, I always liked Red Rojo, but I don't know. It's mostly just fighting. I guess that's all I can say about it. This isn't a volume that I ever reread, and I think there's just no reason to, really. It's, again, just fighting. And since I already remember the character development that happened in it, that's really, I mean, it's no real reason to reread it, at least for me. So yeah, I'll be right back again. Alright, next is Duckeye versus the World, which is a reference to Scott Pilgrim, of course. Like a lot of things in this comic. Now, I like Sans is here. He was teased on the last... he was teased, so I'm glad he's actually here. This is probably one of the better Series 1 covers. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure on that. But also, why does Mr. X's hat be shaped like that? Kind of weird. Yeah. It's a shame, really. I think volumes 8 and 9 kind of had the issue where it's more like... well, volume 8 was like... I don't know, they just fall a little flat. They're not something I'd really reread, but I'm forced to right now. But yeah, I remember for this joke, I literally just searched up most expensive watch. So, it'll probably go over some people's head because they don't, you know, they're not familiar with every type of watch ever. I like this joke. Thank you, my faithful companion. How'd you get in, see? Oh, the door.
I remember as like, I think when I had Blowbite read this, he just refused to read this line. Let me tinker with the stinker. Yeah, I'm glad the villains all get to meet up. It's funny seeing how they interact and how differently they're viewed now compared to how they were, you know, back then. So it's a pretty nice payoff.
Who's this guy? I kind of forgot his name.
Bread Boss! Don't forget it, runt!
Yeah, how he I also like how he just can straight up block Triangelo's attacks. That's a fun balance to, you know, just how Triangelo is in general. Don't forget. Oh yeah, Golf Girl's here. Forgot. We couldn't afford to keep Miku. I love that. I love that bit. Oh yeah. Goose Gal and Melody finally get to do something. Except... no, not really. Yeah, I forgot to mention, I love this recurring bit. Everyone just brushes aside Slippery Hair and Heinous Hermit because they're not really a threat or whatever. So, like, they just run past these guys and after stomping them. So yeah, look, here's some payoff. Totally, because everyone remembers this joke. Mrs. Clay thinks that Triangelo's name is Quick Draw and still calls him that. Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah. Boxman. See, it's funny because of course... ooh, this is also a really good frame. Anyway. Of course, Boxman is the only one who would be threatened by these guys because he's Boxman. Pretty interesting fight. If I was better at drawing, the choreography would probably look cooler. It's also funny because they begin getting scared of Boxman, which is like, imagine being scared of Boxman. This is a really good panel. I like that. Red smack, red left hook. Yeah, Bread Boss. See, this is what I mean when I like how the villains interact. Bread Boss is getting, like, pissed off because, you know, his henchmen are being turned into eggs. And you know how Bread Boss feels about his freaking robots. He loves them. Awesome Star Girl scene. This is also a really good bit. I mean, technically it didn't happen yet. I guess I'll do that. Oh, Triangelo, that'd be mad embarrassing if you died to Mrs. Clay. And that's really all it takes for him to, like, snap out of it. It's also crazy because, like, this implies that Mr. Egg can just revive people. Like, it makes more sense because it's Mrs. Clay, you know? You can always make something out of the parts. It's so funny. Oh, it's still funny, though. Absolute Clay. It's a pretty dope form. If you can imagine how this would be animated, imagine, like, all the clay lifting off of the ground and into the sky, coagulating, or whatever the fucking word, into one spot. And yeah, it's pretty cool how Triangelo I guess it's a small development. He uses Sheriff Hex's move. Pretty cool. It's a pretty iconic line. Are you a hero too? Nah, just work a 9 to 5. Oh yeah, we get small flashbacks. Woo. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah. It's kind of cool design that the two pieces match together on her face. I was originally gonna like draw a new form or whatever, but I couldn't think of anything at the time, so it didn't really change much. I like this fight just because it feels pretty dynamic. You know, it uses the environment, which is something I've always kind of wanted to do more in Duck Guy. Like, you know, the battleground matters. You should use the battlefield to your advantage or disadvantage. Regardless, he gets hit by a fucking car. Red Rojo. See, these are the two that I liked because they actually showed up again. Kind of goopily all over the place. One of the best lines in all of Duck Guy. Okay. I guess Duck Guy really has versus the world.
Oh, so yeah, why the fuck does Triangelo say every pony?
What a weird thing for him to say. If you can imagine this part, it's like it switches like angles while the background changes. They hit cool poses. You know, it'd probably be funny to animate. And yeah, this is cool because it just brings you back to the good old days of Duck Guy, right? Feels just like that. Hi. Snail. Yeah, it's good to see these guys have a rematch, because Duck Guy never really won before. He just used the cheap trick. Again, yeah, I would really like to see this animated, because this is a really fun part. He runs up to him, stops, quacks in his face, does a cool pose, smacks him, starts kicking him a shit ton of times. Just really fun. See, this is the thing. This is supposed to be like a character development moment where it's like, should we help him? No, I've learned to trust my teammates' deductions. And yet, it's kind of like dumb because it also parallels the part where Melody was getting beat up and he ignored it, so he's basically just doing kind of the same thing again. But with the connotation that he's trusting his teammates' deductions now, but that doesn't really make sense here. Either way, it does work, and Duck Guy uses the oldest trick in the book. So that's pretty funny. Again, one of the best lines right here. But I'm not the same Duck Guy. Oh yeah. He finally beats Bread Boss for the first time ever. Yeah, so basically they're just talking about it. Because, like, the more you think about it, this tournament was really weird. Heroes fight each other. Why are they even fighting? Why let the heroes kill each other? What's the purpose of this? And then it's like, oh, the idea popped in my head. Here's a Dream Star. You guys get to look at it. And it's like, Haley, the whole point of Star is to, like, preserve these artifacts, you know? Why are you giving this away? Like, it wasn't even on the flyer, hey, the winner gets the Dream Star. No, it's like, the winner gets something. But, I mean, was it? Dude, I don't remember this enough. I don't think the Dream Star was the reward. At least that wasn't listed. But, like, and then she randomly gives it. That's a really bad writing decision. But either way. Guys, guess what? Goose Gal was a mean person. And she's the only Duck Eye character with an outline that isn't black, which is why she's the coolest. I had a lot of fun writing her. She's the only Duck Eye character to actively say a bad word uncensored. She breaks the rules. And yeah, she begins analyzing Duck Eye. She's like, you're a piece of crap. Here's my entire plan. See, since I had the opportunity here, I should have connected her to that mysterious voice more. Like, I could have literally just put, I tried so many things. Okay, I mean, she does say, after a good 2 attempts at assassination. But that's really vague, you know? There's just more I could have done. It's like, also here, we kind of realize why the villains are working with her. And I think actually this is, I wouldn't say well done, but I think overall it's probably, it was a good choice to do this. Because instead of like having a flashback for like her hiring them too, we basically get the gist by like she promised them things that she would never give, obviously. Like, that's all we really need to know about it. And yeah. W Bread Boss. Like, this is so cool. I don't know why it started raining, but Mega Boss Bread comes in clutch. Boss Bread, you know, he's doing the right thing here. They fight for the Dream Star. Who will get it? Bread hammer! Again, a little bit of payoff for the moment earlier. I like having payoff. The duck dance. Too bad it doesn't freaking matter. Because again, Duck Guy cannot use this thing right now. He's like, how the hell do you do this? And the world was blanketed in darkness. This is pretty tough. As in tough with 2 T's. The eternal night has arrived. Yellow. Ray. Bax, who doesn't show up in Volume 10. And Golf Girl. I mean, this is more to set up the effects on the world itself rather than like everyone who's gonna show up. But damn, that was really a Volume 9. What a cliffhanger. Anyway. Yeah. Well, whatever ranking I gave Volume 8, I actually don't know if I could say this one's better. I'm just gonna say it's on the same level. It feels like it's just... I mean, literally Volume 8 and 9 is just a Part 1 and Part 2, basically. There's not much to say. I feel like the problem with these is it's like... Especially this one, it's like less plot and just like fighting, really. Like there's no real development that happens here, which is fine, I guess. It's literally the purpose is to be a fighting chapter, but that means it's not that interesting. It's a very okay volume, and we're gonna get to the good one, Volume 10, in a second. I just need to pull it up for you guys. I hope my throat doesn't hate me for how much I've been talking today, but here we go. Volume 10. This is gonna be a long one. Here we go. I can see. I should have colored these lines in so that you know it's Duck Guy saying them, but I guess not. And yep, he just stabbed himself. Awkward. Yeah, I remember... You know what? Yeah, why not? Here we go. I was gonna say there was a specific song I was listening to while making this part. And I'll play it because it just... I can't imagine reading this without that playing in my head, you know?
Early Black Friday deals end Wednesday.
I don't care about early Black Friday deals.
On special deals at Raymore.
Anyway. Yeah, that's like the vibe you're gonna get throughout this entire thing. The thing is, I was going for more of like a nightmare vibe. But there's also a lot of like guilt written into it. As in R-I-D-D-E-N. But overall I don't regret it too much. I wanted to specifically avoid it just being guilt. I know, I remember I saw a critique for Glitchtail, LOL, Glitchtail, and the Betty Noir character. She's supposed to be like the embodiment of fear, but most of the time she just makes people feel guilty for like stuff they do. So like, instead of like it being fear, it's literally mostly guilt. But with Nightmare Queen, yeah, being scary is part of it, but not every nightmare is just something scary. Like, nightmares can be you ruining your life. Like, I've had some nightmares, like, I just ruined my life, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, why did I do that? I was like, that was scary just because I thought my life was gonna be ruined forever. Hold on, is there like an Afterlife Extended? This is a very terrible loop. There we go. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, this is very guilt trippy, but I think it works. At least that's my opinion. You can argue. I mean, okay, it only kind of works. I'll get into why I don't think it works that well later, but well. Yeah, so he's in like some type of creepy cocoon / egg-shaped thing. So yeah, Nightmare Queen's calling out all his flaws. All of these are true, at least. He's mostly driven by selfish things, yeah. And she brings up some pretty good points. This was like, I remember this very surprising when people read it. It's just like ripping his arm off. Oh my god. Decapitating him. Yeah. I like this part is because it's like he tries to close his eyes to wake up. And for a moment, it almost looks like it sort of does something because like his outline is black. As soon as he opens his eyes, he's back in there. He just gets ripped apart. Yikes! He's in an upside down city. I don't know, there's like some symbolism here. It's not anything strong. I'm not a very good symbolism guy. He wakes up back in the pool of blood, but this time evil green gecko kills him or whatever.
Get up to 70% off.
Why am I getting an ad?
Black Friday sale. Shop in-store or online today.
Brought to you by Rogue.
Guys, don't smoke nicotine. It's bad for you. I like the heart. She just like ripped out his heart and fucking smashed it. That's funny.
Yeah, you could tell this was very inspired by the Undertale Yellow. Well, I guess I won't say anything else.
Until yellow spoilers, I suppose.
See, I'm glad he immediately didn't fall for this shit. It's still a cool little thing. Like, of course you would try that.
I do have to say though, you genuinely disgust me. How you act heroic, how everything has to revolve around you. You were never meant to save the world. You were only meant for the weekly villains. And now I get to relish in this for eternity. sharing the will of you and those who you love. So thanks. Thank you truly. It's all thanks to you. So long, babe.
And then, of course, they're gonna save him. That's the part where, you know, everyone says how Duck Guy has helped their lives. It's cheesy, but it's Duck Guy, you know? This works, this is good. And no, it isn't an illusion. I remember some people kind of thought it was. I think, no, I don't think, I just know. They were able to, like, you know, hear what was going on with Duck Guy and try to help. But at the end of the day, she's still controlling the nightmare. So she's able to just, like, immediately end this. Just, like, with one slash. Yeah, as you can imagine, this was probably traumatic for that guy. Like, everything was silly and like, he never really got hurt that badly, but now he was killed like 100 times at least. Would you say you have malicious intent? Oof. This is such a cool moment. I'm gonna be honest. Is this dumb? Is it dumb that the news station had a mega cannon installed into it? Yes, that is dumb as shit. Of course that is dumb as shit. This is Duck Guy though. There's some things I'm willing to chalk up to just being Duck Guy. You know, like, this is just some shit that would happen in this world. Like, there's some, like, I don't like when you have to suspend your disbelief for, like, a lot of stories. But I feel like, at least for me, this isn't one of those moments. Because, like, yeah, this is dumb. Everyone asked why their tax dollars went into making this. But so what? So what if it's a little dumb? The only thing I would change about this is have it, like, have some sort of, like, hint towards that before this happens. Like, that's literally all I would change. Just have, like, like, maybe in every news broadcast there was just, like, a red button that everyone was wondering what the hell the red button was for, and then that's the payoff. But either way, I still want there to just, like, this is still canon, you know, like, the mega cannon being there. But yeah, I don't know, I decided that Mr. Serious and XX Gamer were gay here. I don't know why, but it's a pretty fun choice. 40 quadrillion, jillion, billion, zillion pounds of TNT force. And she just tanks that. She gets a dream star. Rest in peace, my boy, Mr. Serious. Hey, this is a reference. It's a TV and it's a static. It's a reference to the song. Duck Guy!
Old Spice
Gentleman's Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea.
God
24/7
damn it.
moisturization.
Stupid ads. Okay. Yeah, of course, that guy, even when he wakes up, he's gonna be a little like, what the freak, scared of this thing. Picks up the storm and like hits him with it. But yeah, anyone who read this and immediately knew after Duck got hit by lightning what that would entail, you are goated. Only one, I think, two people I know got that immediately. But yeah. Paul and Enrique make their thrilling return. And Enrique is sentient now for whatever reason. He just keeps trying to quack and it does nothing. Duck speed, nothing's working! Yeah, chase sequence probably would look better animated. Getting PTSD. Hey, Golf Girl's here. Yeah, see, this is why I can't delete Volume 7.5 even though I don't like it, because it did contribute to Golf Girl's character or something. You know, this line here, if you need the powers to make a difference, you never deserve it. That's something she would say if the volume didn't exist, but like, it's stronger because of that volume, basically. She's learned from the out of character thing I made her do, basically. Anyway, Rust in peace. I remember I felt so clever, because originally this was just, well, like the thing is I didn't write this into the script, and yeah, actually, I did do a script for, Volume 10. Technically, I think this was the first volume to have a full-on script, I believe. I'm not sure if Volume 9 had one. I don't know, but I know Volume 10, it was a big deal because I made a whole script for it. I'm gonna say that it was the first, I'm pretty sure it was. And I don't think it was on the script for him to wipe the blood off his face, and then it going on his hands, which symbolizes, you know, the blood is on his hands, you know. I felt so clever when I did that. I was like, wow. Whatever. Red Rojo! Forgot he showed up. Front facing Enrique. This is so goated. He bought them some time with the possession. Mini Panada. But Gooply also did something, I guess. Yeah, they gotta get as high as possible. Front facing Enrique! Oh my god, that is so ugly. I remember I was reading this with Andrew. He's like, wait, how do you even kill Gooply? And then like she immediately did it. Oh yeah, because I technically spoiled that Red Rojo and Gooply died. It was like literally on this page. I said something about like Red Rojo and Gooply dying, and he's like, what do you mean they didn't die? And I was like, oops. And then he turned the page just for them to die immediately. Anyway. Skirt. Yeah, this would look a lot cooler if I took more time to draw it, or if it was animated. Because, like, the sequence is cool. Like, they're running, this debris being thrown at them. They run through an alleyway, they go up. They go on this tilted building. They slide down the office until they get on the other side of it, and blah blah blah. I mean, this is cool action. It's not drawn particularly well, but the story's nice. Anyway, yeah, they make it to the top. And they say the best part. This is topped in aura. Hold on, this is the song that I listened to while I was doing this part. Shut the freak up, you stupid ad!
Technically, so can bad days. But come on, how can you have a bad day after eating bacon and eggs smothered in Land O'Lakes cheese? Eat it like you own it.
This is the song I listened to while making this part of the comic. This is The World to Win from Kirby Triple Deluxe soundtrack. Anyway. So yeah, cool moment. Duck Guy. He's back. He immediately starts beating the crap out of Nightmare Queen. It's probably the only time he's ever really tried super hard. He's making it look easy. He even like uses her as a skateboard. He even does some shit that he can totally realistically do. Nah, it's just for the cool moment. He cannot run that fast. Hits are 60 miles underground. Totally realistic. She becomes a giant again. This is a parallel to the first comic. Wow! When he runs, sorry, the second comic, when he runs up Red Boss's hand. Dreamstar. Alright, we're almost done. Gotta play this. I'm queuing this one up for the next moment. It's coming up soon. Anyway. The Dreamstar part, I don't have much to say about this. I technically didn't say anything during that fight sequence, other than just narrating what was happening. I guess I'll have a lot more to say later. Yeah, so it's like, why are Paul and Enrique able to use the Dreamstar? Well, the Dreamstar kind of doesn't want the entire world to get destroyed, so it's willing to lend its power to these guys that really suck, at a cost, of course. And I love this, because they're just like, no, obviously we're not going to do this. But then they're like, They even continue being mad about it even after like the silence, but they're like, man, we really don't have a choice. That's the sad thing. Like, it's presented like a choice, but their only option is let the world die or be friends. Or, well, I guess it's like, let the world die, but you have your closest friend, or do not do not let the world die. But yeah, I mean, I like this little conversation they have, because of course Boxman is like, well, I would choose you guys over the world, but I'd also want to save the world, so this is kind of tough. And Tarantula is just like, I'd straight up choose one person over the entire world, sorry guys. And Melody's like, you know, I'd choose the world since, you know, it's not like you'll be dead, I just won't be next to you guys. And then Stargirl's here too. But yeah, I think one of my favorite things is that Golf Girl isn't like alive here. Like the Dreamstar just can't just magically make her alive, but you know, her dream that lives on. That's kind of cool. So yeah, front-facing Enrique says, Golf Girl deserves this. Cool. I like their little banter. I like how Enrique is, you know, characterized here. He didn't have any character before, but now he does, and it's cute and it's fun. Fist bump. We get to see awakened Duck Guy. You know, as the Dreamstar. Like, it's so obvious that I listened to, actually, let me play Hopes and Dreams. I like Hopes and Dreams a little more. It's so obvious I listened to Undertale music while making this part.
Black Friday is the best.
This is not Hopes and Dreams. This is Black Friday's mattress sale.
Big on top brands.
There we go. Sorry I'm playing music. I just gotta give you guys the full experience of how it felt to make this. I'm blue now. That's my attack. We've got your back. Immediately uses 2 of Azrael's attack. Like, of course, the ending of Duck Guy is gonna be a little corny. Like, if it's not corny, then I didn't make it. If I make something that isn't cheesy or corny at all, then I don't think I'm actually the one who made it. Cuts the black hole in half, because of course you can do that. Oh yeah. He finally, it's a little bit of a payoff here as well, because he finally learns how to use Boxman's sword. He's using it properly. Rest. Three-sided death. Banta Black Nightmare Queen. It's darker than dark. Sky Parting Blaze. It's a cool part. This is cheesy as fuck, yeah. This is like Nightmare Queen's live reaction. She's like, what the fuck? That was corny. It isn't a Duck-Eye comic if there isn't like a spirit bomb attack somewhere in the fight, is there? You helped me atone for the hurt I caused. Your helped me find a greater purpose and change the world. You helped me believe in myself. Oh yeah. We get to see all the people he's helped. Star Girl, Goth Girl. We get to see Paul and Enrique. Ray! Bax! Pablo! Pablo being on here is so nasty, considering he like almost ruined his life. Let's save the world! OST Undertale. This part just looks beautiful. I mean, look at that. That's nice. One of my favorite things about Duck-Eye is they're all color-coded, so it makes them look nice when I'm doing stuff like that, like this. And here we go. We even got Goth Girl's color in there too. 40 quadrillion, jillion, billion, zillion, TNT plus 1! No! Blast through it. And, dude, I sketched this one out like 3 times before I actually put it on the panel. Because I knew this had to be the coolest, funniest punch in all of Duck-Eye. Beating Nightmare Queen. And I think it's still a really funny panel. And yeah, the light returns to the world. Nightmare Queen is on her Afton type shit. I always come back. Nah, I'd win. Yeah, sadness. The reality switch is just turned off because he can do that. I guess the Dream Star can just do that. Yeah, I don't have much to say about the rest of this. It's just establishing new reality. Which I'm glad I did that. I like having realities, you know? But what I will say is, what I like about it specifically is that it's not just like random stuff is different because it's a new reality, so that's the excuse, but it's a new reality because of stuff that was changed. Like if you erase someone from the world, what would that change? So that's the interesting part about it for me. Rather than just like, oh well, it has the excuse to be different because it's a different reality. Which I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but I just like what I went with here. One of the saddest changes is that Miku scolded Goth Girl for being on her phone. Let's go back to the acoustic music. That was genuinely a misspeak. My bad. But yeah, we see some things are different. We don't know why as of now. Why is Time Bomb alive? Why are these two walking up to him? Yeah, the color orange is gone. So many sad things, but at least Paul can remember Enrique. That's what matters. And then one of the coolest changes, I like Boss Bread here. One of my favorite jokes. Okay, I should have broke the TV sooner. Now I look homophobic. And we get to see Enrique. Thanks, bro. Oh yeah, Duck-Eye Series 1 and overall. Then I'm gonna have to click through these. Oh my god. Oh wait, I can use The arrow key? That's so awesome. Okay, well, overall, volume 10 is obviously a 10. I don't have any complaints about this volume. If anything, I guess the only complaint I would make is that there was a lot, like, it was trying to paint Duck Guy out, like, as a bad person, and he is not a great person. But the only thing is the comics didn't show enough examples for it to, like, work as well as it probably could have if there was, like, a lot more examples of stuff that Duck Guy did bad. He was kind of just, like, selfish. That was his main thing. And they pointed that out well, so that was good. But yeah, this was a 10 just because it's obviously really climactic. If I had to pick between if I think this was more well written than Volume 7, which also got a 10, I don't know, I'd probably say Volume 7 was more well written, while this was more of like just a climactic ending and really fitting for Duck Guy. It didn't have like specific themes, I think, like Volume 10 did, but I don't know, it's still really good. Still one of my favorite Duck Guy volumes. There's a lot of work put into it. It changed Duck Guy forever and made Series 2 really interesting. There's new things I can do with this world. And, yeah. I mean, it's just a really good volume. Now that I've read Volume 10, now that you've gotten to know some of the songs that I picked, now that you've gotten to know everything I think about Series 2, at least for the most part, I guess one day we will do a Series 2 review at some point. And that'll be pretty cool, won't it? But for now, that's the end. This is probably like 3 hours at least of Duck Guy. So I hope you've enjoyed listening to it. Comment down below stuff you think. Maybe we have some different opinions on some of the volumes. Maybe I'm just dumb and you really disagree with some of the stuff I said. I don't know. But regardless, I'll see you next time, and thank you for listening to my artist commentary. I hope you've learned some things that you can do better in your own stuff. Or maybe you just like saw how bad some of these are and just like, you know, I'm really glad I didn't make something like that. And if that's all you learned, then, you know, that's a valid thing to learn as well. So anyway, bye-bye. Adios.